Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan very good morning. Alhamdulillah, pagi ini we already have 57 participants altogether for today's webinar. Our webinar today, vetting of online open examination questions, is actually a continuation or a top up, also an additional session on reinforcing our intention to have a very good quality open examination question since our teaching and learning is being done through online and remote mode. So in fact, we already have a topic on how to develop online open examination questions last week, exactly on the Thursday. And today we are fortunate enough and we're very fortunate to have Prof. Dr. Zamberi Jamaludin again to continue to share with us on how we are going to do vetting of online open examination questions. Okay, for your information, for all participant information, for today's webinar, we have two sessions. In the morning, we have Prof. Dr. Zamberi Jamaludin. For the participants that we are expecting from FKP, FKM, FTKMP, Pusat Bahasa, IPTK, as well as lecturers for math and physics field. So actually, this is like we are trying to have a very focused session. The mode is kind of like towards a workshop on how we are going to do the vetting of the open examination questions. In the evening, in the afternoon, by 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., we will have Associate Professor Dr. Hidayat Zainuddin. We're going to cover the same topic, but more focusing towards questions from FKE, FKEKK, FTKEE, FTMK, and FPTT. So it's actually the preamble of this session. We at UTeM, we are trying to improve the quality of our examination question so that we are developing a critical thinking for the students while they are going through the learning through the online method, as well as we are going to improve the side of integrity of the test of answering examination questions. So by designing a very good open questions to avoid any misconduct. So without the delay, I would invite Prof. Dr. Zamberi Jamaludin, the Dean of Faculty of Manufacturing, Manufacturing Engineering, which already knows through his vast experience in handling academic matters as the head of department, his experience as a deputy dean academic, and now as a dean of Faculty of Manufacturing Engineering, to share with us on how we are going to reinforce, to refresh our methods of doing the vetting, particularly on vetting the online open examination questions. So I invite Prof. Dr. Zamberi.
Okay, thank you so much, PM Jariah. I'm trying to be online now. Thank you very much, PM Jariah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all. I hope my voice is clear. Can you get that suara?
Okay.
Okay ya. Alright.
Tadi
Terima kasih.
mungkin saya tadi speaker tu kurang sikit, saya terlupa nak adjust.
Okey, tak apa. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Baik, pertamanya saya on behalf I would like to say thank you, my appreciation to CAES for giving me the opportunity to again sharing some bit of my knowledge on this topic. This is basically pada pagi ni we have with us members from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, of course FKP, FTKMP, Pusat Pembelajaran Bahasa, and IPTK lah. And also invited adalah our lecturers from the field of mathematics and physics. Jadi again at the early planning, this session is to be made as more like a bengkel workshop approach. Then because of the PKPB, then I think CAES take the step to convert it to online mode. But I prepared very brief slides. So, what I'm trying to do this morning, inshallah, since with us this morning are all the people who have previously or who are currently doing the vetting process at each of the faculties, respective faculties that I mentioned last time. Jadi, this is nothing new, and maybe for some it will be a bit new, but all of us basically have undergone the vetting process, either as a participants presenting their questions, or as a head of department, PDA, or as a dean. Okay, jadi my intention this morning is to basically work together with respected tuan-tuan perempuan on how we could look or relook at the idea of vetting, especially in this challenging time whereby all our mode of assessments are online. Okay, and bear in mind, I think one of the main challenge being faced by us academicians, as I have mentioned also in the talk last week, is that how do we ensure that students are answering the question as we wish? Okay, but one of the main issue, I think this has been highlighted many times, is that the integrity of the students in answering the questions, the exams. We could not 100% remove that option for the student to discuss. Kita tak boleh nak 100% sure, as I said, unless we have all the students got camera and we are basically CCTVing them lah, for the duration of the assessment. That we could not do at the moment. So the best what we could do is that what we can do is that we relook at our questions and somehow try to give the students a hard time to discuss or and do things that go against the regulations of our exams. Okay, so the mode is like I'm trying to make it like a bengkel. Jadi I will give some a little bit introduction background about vetting process. Maybe some of the participants maybe haven't got the chance yet to supervise the vetting process. And then as last week I will walk through some exam questions, and then from there hopefully we could get a good idea about conducting a good vetting process, especially for the purpose of having the online examinations. Okay, I would like to share my slides. Next, simple slide. But I hope again, please stop me at any time. Okay, during my presentation. Okay, the new thing here is that we are vetting online open examination questions. That's the only new thing. Okay, so we have looked at the question itself. the questions themselves last week. And when we look at the vetting, basically there are certain things that we need to understand. First is why we do the vetting. I think this is allow me to just spend just a few minutes just to to start this one off. First is because this is an ISO requirement, so we have to do the vetting process as required by the ISO. Second is because of the academic rules and regulation imposed on us as academician that we have to prepare our questions, have it vetting and so forth. Normally, in normal practice, normally there are many different levels of vetting process. We could done it very, very stringently. For example, we could have the first tier is the peer vetting. Okay, normally in the peer vetting, questions are being vetted by someone other than the group members of that course. A person of an expert matter on that field. And then the same questions, upon being modified and corrected, will be vetted by the departments. So in second level, so the head of departments, and together with the department's members will vet question for the second time. And the third level would be the faculty level. And again, in this particular stage, the faculty top management, basically the exams committee members at the faculty level, will then scrutinize the exam questions, or maybe the midterm questions. And lastly, fourth level, some selected papers would be vetted by the external examiners. So this is selected papers, not all the papers, but this four level should ensure the quality of the final exams, meeting the requirements of the accreditation bodies and the university. But sometimes some auditors during the auditing process, they give us some remarks that maybe these four levels of vetting might be a little bit too exhausting. So sometimes they say that 2 levels is sufficient. For example, maybe at the peer vetting level, whereby the expert subject matters will vet the questions, and then followed by the faculty level, whereby at the faculty level, the head of departments will also be present, and this is sufficient. But it depends. I'm not sure how the other faculties are conducting that, conducting the vetting process. But normally, at least there should be at least 2 levels of vetting. Okay, the peer vetting, the expert vetting, and lastly, at the faculty level. Okay, accreditation requirement vetting basically because we want to ensure the quality of the questions that are being written up by the lecturers. This is where normally the panels would look at the not only the quality. Sometimes we also look at the way that the questions are being developed. Sometimes we also look at the number of times that the questions are being recycled and those kind of a thing. Okay, so this is the main requirement in terms of the accreditation. Second is to align. This is another venue whereby the faculty or departments would this is basically like a check and balance on the part of the departments and the faculty to make sure that all the assessment being constructed align to the requirement of the CLO, which of course is mapped to the program outcome. Okay, so you need some of the things that this is basically, to me, this is the main objective of having a vetting process. Okay, to make sure that the CLO are constructively aligned to the assessments of whether it be test questions or the final exam questions. And the other part is to ensure that we fulfill the taxonomy requirements. And again, this is also related to the CLO. Basically, we would like to ensure that if the CLO, for example, define, for example, described as the highest taxonomy level for that particular course, then maybe the writer should ensure that it stops at described level. Okay, so itu dia. And common issues, based on my experience in conducting vetting from the time of KJ, TDN, and deans. Sometimes, most of the time, basically, I would say, sincerity, most of the time, we wrongly focus on the vetting process itself. Apa maksud saya kat sini? Sepatutnya, normally, what we should do is that, as I said previously, we should focus on the quality of the question itself. Okay? Meaning that are the questions met the CLO requirement, the level, the depth, and so forth. But most of the time, we are focusing on the format, okay, the formatting of the final exams, because we try to ensure that it follows the template, the ISO requirement, and so forth. So this yang ini saya minta tolong daripada semua rakan-rakan pensyarah lah, whether you are at KM ke, FKP ke, FTKMP ke, or wherever you are. Please, for each of the faculty, you have your own, basically, a template. The university have their own general template, but at the faculty level, normally we have our dedicated template. So please ensure that you are following the template itself. But we do not want our vetting session to be spent on giving or making corrections to the format. This is not the focus. The focus should be on the quality of the question itself. But most of the time, believe me, most of the time, we have to comment on the format. So this is, to me, is a waste of time and energy. Okay, second is inappropriate choice of taxonomy verbs, not reflecting the CLO. Ini juga sering berlaku yang mana sometimes, that's why during the first vetting process, we have to identify what are the verbs that we are looking at. Okay, don't go beyond that. Because then we are not being fair to the students. The students, we have an agreement with the students that, okay, these are the learning outcomes. Number one, maybe to explain. Number two, maybe to analyze. Number three, maybe to design. Or maybe number two is solving. Number three is analyze. So it would be very unfair to us suddenly to have a question whereby we ask the student to evaluate. Okay, so sometimes this happen, or what will happen is that it was mapped to analysis level, level 4, and suddenly, but the CLO is only level 3, solving. Okay, things like that. Misguided question, sometimes when we are asking, questioning is like a communication. So sometimes we have to ensure that we are communicating on the right frequency with the students in such a way that we as a lecturer, we are expecting answers. And we hope that the way that we are asking the questions reflect the answers that we are expecting from the students. Sometimes ini yang berlaku lah. Okay, we have our answer script, answer scheme, and then we are hoping that the students will be answering based on our answer scheme. But sometimes if the questions are not properly well defined or constructed, the student might misunderstood it and they might be answering in the different manner. Okay, and lastly, another issue that sometimes and normally writers would take a look at it is the mismatch between mark allocation and the answer scheme. Ini kena jelas lah. If you give the, for example, if you are asking a very simple one, this is not an open ended question. For example, describe 3 elements of ni kan, tapi markah mungkin 5. Okay, but we are asking for three items. This kind of a thing. Okay. The vetting process. Okay, let's take a look at the vetting process. Bear in mind, I will try to focus on open online examinations. So the vetting forms, I'm sure all the faculties have their own, your own vetting forms. I will share an FKP vetting forms soon, briefly. Whatever I'm sharing this morning is not, I'm not saying that this is the best. I hope tuan-tuan puan faham. So the purpose again is to share. So I'm sharing what FKP has been doing, and I'm sure the other faculties have also have your own vetting form, but might be even better than and the one that I'm sharing. So please do share untuk tujuan penambahbaikan for the benefit of UTeM lah as a whole. So in a vetting form ni selalunya dia kena ada elemen-elemen macam ni lah. Contoh sebab apa? First, we must have a CLO mapping. Okay, the level of difficulty. You must ask for the level of difficulty, the marks allocation, the clarity of questions, answer scheme, and so forth. So I would like to share next the vetting form from FKP. Again, bear in mind, this is I'm not saying this is the best, but something that we could start offline. So bagi saya tukar slide sekejap. Okay, harap jelas Alright, okay, this is an example of, this is a peer vetting form. At the faculty level, normally we have minimum 2 level peer vetting forms, and then the faculty level. Okay, the peer vetting form normally kita kena ada lah, course ni normal lah for the veteran and so forth. And the CLO must be clearly identified here. The reason here is that so that the veterans clearly understood what are the taxonomy blooms that we are looking at. Levelnya apa what are the levels, whether it's describe ke, apply ke, analyze ke, solving, evaluate, and so forth. And then we also have the mapping, okay, so that we map our questions dengan CLO tadi, so that the veterans are sure that okay, question 1 is to address CLO 2, for example, and what are the marks, okay, and so forth. In this example, we have like 6 questions. And at FKP, we also add another 2 columns beside the mapping. We also would like to see how many times the questions have been recycled. Okay, maknanya ni the developer, the question developer would declare that okay, this question has been recycled for the 2 times. Okay, meaning that this is the second time the same questions have been proposed, okay, for the final exams. And when is the last time it is being added as a question? Okay, contohnya 2018, 2019, semester 1. So this is one of the remarks that the faculty received from external examiners in terms of they would like to see that the number of recycled questions are limited to 10 to 20% okay, of the final exams. Right? Jadi this is the challenge to us as a lecturer to ensure that we keep refreshing, keep constructing new questions all the time now. And in here juga, when we look at this mapping, this gives us idea about the way that we designs our assessment towards achieving our CLO lah. Jadi, for example, maybe CLO 1 is not being in the final exam because the level might be low. Mungkin dia punya taxonomy levelnya maybe define, level 1, level 2 kan explain, describe, compare which is of the level 2 contohnya kan. Jadi tak ada. Jadi veterans would see that okay, good, question 1, 25 marks. Dia tak pecah. I don't suggest that you break into 2 lah like 25 kat sini ke 17 dengan contohnya 8 dekat-dekat ke CLO yang lebih, supaya if you ever want to one mapping, that would be very easy for you to key in all the marks dalam OBE nanti This is one example. So dalam vetting, I have modified from the FKP form. So since we are now working online in terms of the way that the questions are being distributed to the students, so maybe the veterans, my suggestion is to have like for example, for example question 1, we have an option for the vector to tick whether this is an open-ended or no. So the vector can tick from their understanding, and this is vector, bukan lecturers yang define, yang construct the question. This is the vector itself. So the vector look at the questions, and from his or her understanding, maybe they can kata, okay, this is open-ended. What we could, maybe apa yang boleh tambah baik kat sini, sometimes question 1 got jadi anak-anak kan, A, B, C, D, E contoh. Okay, maybe part of question 1 is open-ended, part of it not lah. Jadi dekat situ mungkin dekat remark ni boleh mention lah, maybe parts of the questions are open-ended. Kan? Maybe contohnya lah C and D lah contoh. Okay, maknanya as we discussed last time, Dr. Zamberi Dekan FKM ada tanya, when we construct our exams, can how many percentage of final exam should be open-ended kan? That is a very tough question to me to ask because there is no clear guideline lah. But I don't think the whole question should be open-ended. But maybe a good portion of it, maybe at least more than 50% should be, to me, should be open-ended. Jadi kat sini kita better must look at the question and then dia tengok, first kali dia tengok whether this is open-ended ke tidak. Kalau then dia akan ada different kind of thinking lah about how to assess the questions kan. Kalau no, then dia lain. Jadi first, among the thing that better must look at is the relevant tak soalan tu dengan CLO yang dah define tadi dekat muka depan tadi. So that's why in this first page tadi, then kita dah ada mapping. Question 1 tadi CLO 2. So what is CLO 2? Kat sini ada CLO 2 punya statement. Jadi better knows that, okay, then we know that, okay, kena tak soalan tu dengan CLO tadi, analysis, ataupun dekat soalan tu, satu ni tiba-tiba banyak soalan define, describe, compare, state, something like that kan, jadi tak kena. Jadi dia akan letak lah maybe nombor 1 not appropriate. Okay, level difficulties, then this will be very it will link very much to the Bloom level tadi, and then we look at the level difficulties, especially in open book, open-ended, online exams. One of the toughest thing that we as a lecturers need to do is to ensure that the level of difficulty is high enough that the ceiling of allowed based on the CLO tadi lah kan. Sebab we have to try as much as possible to limit the question whereby student could copy and paste. Itu yang tough nowadays in the last 2 session ni. From the last session pun, how can we ensure that student do not copy and paste? Maknanya soalan tu dia boleh cari daripada slide dan dia dapat jawapan daripada slide, dia copy paste dia masuk dalam dia punya jawapan. Okay, so level of difficulty would play a key role lah. One of the thing that we could do, normally sampai kita minta kadang-kadang, it depends on the field. If kalau soalan tu berbentuk calculation solving, normally pelajar kena take a piece of paper then they write their solution. Okay, but if the question is more like a comprehensive, maybe dekat soalan daripada maybe management side, kan, berbentuk management, essay type of question, case study and so forth, whereby the student will write down and solve mathematically. They write down, meaning that if they written it up, so what we could do is we can ask them to do it in words, okay, and then submit dalam bentuk words lah contohnya. And we as a lecturer, we could do return it in, okay, and then we can check whether this is copied from other resources on the net lah. Internet kan banyak resources tu, dan Google tu. Jadi that's one way lah for us to check plagiarism lah. Tapi kalau dia tulis tangan tu memang susah lah ya. We cannot do anything in terms of turning in, but we could when we mark, then we know that there might be some similarities. But itu pun susah nak penalize student sebab there is no clear proof that they are cheating or they are copying from their friends. So that's why we have to do our part. When we construct the question, we try to limit as much as possible the possibility of students to plagiarize either from the internet or from their own colleagues. Okay, allocation of marks. Kat sini juga kita tengok identify the marks whether it's appropriate for the questions tadi, whether it's too little ke or too many. And there is a two school of thought in terms of marks. Sometimes katakan kita punya exam 60% kan. Sometimes we have, for example, question tu contohnya ada 3 soalan, then we have like 20 kan. We could, meaning that the whole mark is exactly the final mark lah 60. Okay, that could be done. Ataupun kita make it like 100, then we scale it down to 60. Okay, that also could be done. So, but when we scale it up or we scale it down, the issue is that sometimes dia mungkin tak reflect. Contoh mungkin soalan give your comments on A, on your decision in A. Dan mungkin kita bagi 2-3 markah. Okay, but we have defined that to 3 marks so that dalam konteks kita fulfill katakan final mark untuk soalan tu 20 itu markah dia. Jadi itu kadang-kadang kita kena perhatikan supaya reasonable lah. Answer scheme ini sebenarnya saya tambah dalam format FKP. Answer scheme ni better must look at answer scheme. Most of the times selalu yang berlaku pensyarah selalunya dia soalan tu daripada textbook selalunya lah saya nak kata selalu pun from my experience lah, selalunya macam tu lah kebaikannya mungkin daripada textbook kan. Dan answer scheme ni ada juga yang berlaku yang mana jawapannya daripada textbook punya solution. Okay, so dia just copy paste daripada solution textbook tu dia masukkan dalam answer scheme. Right, this is not a good practice. Okay, what should have been done is that pensyarah must write down. Dia kena buat dia punya own solution. Tak apalah walaupun soalan tu daripada textbook sekalipun, but you must write it down back. Tulis tangan. Then you will know that how much time the students take, okay, to answer. Because you know that how much time you take to answer the questions. Jadi kalau kita copy paste, the feelings about the time, okay, exact feeling of the time required to at least answer the questions. Jadi saya mohon supaya tuan-tuan perempuan when you are doing the answer scheme, walaupun kita bincang tentang vetting pagi ni, tapi each of one of us is constructing our question kan. Jadi try to tulis tangan jawab answer scheme tu dalam tulisan tangan, handwritten, and from that handwritten answer scheme we could check balik whether the map tak dengan soalan tadi yang kita tanya. Okay, sebab kadang-kadang berlaku when we as a vetter and we look at the questions dan kita tengok dekat jawapan, sometimes when we vet tu kita akan nampak how do you sure that the student will write as you are expecting on your answer scheme tu. Ini kita kena tanya when we have an open-ended especially because open-ended is like an ocean kan, dia luas, it can be the answers can be anything kan, but we have to guide students in such a way that the answers falls into our requirements sajalah, which is based on our CLO kan. Jadi answer scheme tadi dia kena tally to that. Jadi kita tak nak kita tanya soalan dan we let the student tadi orang kata apa meraba-raba lah cari what are the answers are expecting of them. Jadi ini penting. Last sekali saya letak kat sini format, clarity of language. This is also important. Format aside tu saya letak tapi lah clarity of language. Don't use bombastic words. Okay, verbs that we seldom use. Okay, we don't have to impress our students with our English. Use a normal common verbs that we often use in class during class delivery, lecture delivery. Janganlah guna perkataan-perkataan macam praise yang jarang guna lah. Then student will Then we'll have to take their dictionary pula, nanti nak tengok apalah soal apa lecturer dia tanya ni. Okay, so the clarity of language. Another thing, since we have English and the version, another thing that we need to consider is that make sure that the both versions are similar. Sometimes berlaku English version is one thing, the BM version is another thing. Okay, but I know that there are also faculties that combine both in one page. For FKP, we separate the two lah. Kita ada English version dengan BM version. Lastly, it's a good thing dalam vetting form ada soalan yang mana dia tanya tentang suitability for online mode. Okay, masuk dekat sini, maybe it's a good thing that kita tanya lah writer tadi. Okay, kita tanya writer whether this is suitable for online mode ke tidak. Selalunya kita akan nampak bahawa for some question because FKP is now doing also the vetting to midterm. Sometimes there are courses which is quite difficult to make it as an open-ended. Very difficult lah memang kadang-kadang the nature of the question, the nature of the course itself. Jadi kita kena tick dekat sini. Contohnya soalan satu tak suitable. Dia bukan open-ended. Dia apa? Dia dekat sini dia bukan open-ended, dan dia maybe suitability ni pun satu, kan? Relevant mungkin relevant, right? Level difficulty maybe appropriate, question mark maybe okay, answer skill maybe okay, format maybe very good, tapi mungkin dia tak suitable for online mode. Jadi apa yang boleh buat when we have completed all our vetting tadi, kita akan tengok question 1 to question 5 or 6 or 3 tadi tu whatever. As a whole, this paper ni suit tak untuk online mode punya delivery. Jadi tu better akan bagi general comment lah at the end of the vetting process. Whether better at the peer level ataupun better at the department level ataupun faculty level. Okay. Saya nak tengok ada dalam chat ada yang bertanya. Sekejap
Ya, Dr.
Sambil-sambil tu saya tengok juga chat.
Mungkin kita boleh invite kot Dr. Living untuk tanyakan soalan tu.
Ya, tentang recycle lah.
Okay, Dr. Lee Briefing wrote here, you mentioned about recycling of question. I guess question developers and writers need to look into the what?
Nature of the subject.
Nature of the subject. Kalau macam English tu kan
language kan.
Alright.
Okay.
So what's your comment?
Alright.
Macam mana?
Okay, saya cuba jawab PM Jariah. Okay, Dr. Lee, okay. Since we have a pusat bahasa kat sini, pusat pembelajaran bahasa, CEL. Jadi it's a good question. I'm focusing more on engineering ni pun, sorry but okay, what I mean by recycling question tu is the soalan yang is the exact question from the last paper lah contohnya. Mana exactly the same question. Maknanya kalau if it's a reading skill tadi, please do not use the same reading materials lah to our students to read. Maknanya sama lah kan. Maybe dia dah boleh agak kan. Mungkin dia dah tengok past exam question, dia dah try many times kan. By looking at that particular articles ke text ke whatever kan. Jadi better what I mean when trying not to recycle the question is that maybe the reading material itself is new. Itu maksud saya, okay? Jadi kalau boleh jangan gunakan reading material yang sama so that because student can access past exam question from the library daripada laman hikmah. Jadi they have a good the purpose is for them to have a good idea about the level of questions, the writing, so forth. Tapi jangan exactly sama. Kalau boleh maybe 3-4 years back lah kalau kita nak recycle pun. Janganlah just last two academic cycle dah keluar lagi soalan yang sama. That's what I mean Dr. Lee, I hope I answer your question tadi lah.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Dr. Khairul level difficulty professional to assessment level. Betul maksud saya level difficulty ni dia related kepada CLO tadi. Okay, mana dia must be tallied to the taxonomy level. Yes, you are right. Okay, even low level pun, the low level tak sepertinya senang. That's what I mean lah. Kena clear kat sini. Whether contohnya soalan describe kan, contoh soalan explain. Dia low level, maybe level 1 atau maybe level 2. But doesn't mean that it is an easy question, unless dia betul-betul memang copy paste lah. Okay, explain the principle of the principle of mailing process contoh kan. This is something which is very common, which is something which is memory based. Jadi student can just go to their slide, notes, module ke whatever, copy dan masukkan jawapan. That's what I mean lah. Jadi make sure that kalau soalan tu memang dia settle for the kind of level, even to the lower level, tapi for online ni dia tak boleh dijadikan dalam bentuk yang mudah lah. Okay, contoh ada maybe explain the concept of welding dalam pembuatan kan. Tapi dalam soalan kita, dalam online exam kita boleh tanya soalan macam tu kan, explain the concept of welding. Cuma apa yang kita boleh buat, okay, kita mungkin boleh tukarkan dia dalam satu bentuk yang lain. Mungkin kita boleh bagi some picture okay, bagi picture, and then from that figure itself kita tanya balik, okay, explain the welding process that could contoh apa, they could produce the part as in figure 2. Okay, maknanya dia kena tengok that welded part ke whatever tu, dia come out dengan the right welding process yang boleh meet final parts punya requirement. Contoh macam tu. Okay. Student refer to the material. Okay, since we are doing online, jadi can we provide material? So in my opinion, daripada pandangan saya, let the student look for themselves. Okay, don't provide the e-book ke, jangan refer kan. But this is dia akan jadi, kalau macam tu dia akan jadi open book lah open book exam. So dia online. Jadi we ask the student to basically, because they have all the resources. These resources have been delivered to them during lectures. So they know what are the resources that they should look at. Kecuali mungkin kalau ada certain tables kan, scheme table ke material punya karakteristik punya table ke whatever table tu, mungkin kita boleh bagi tahu dulu lah, refer to the table. Tapi kalau ibu PDF ni kita patut tak perlu mention, they should know where to get their materials from. Itu Izah, Dr. Azhar. Alright, apa lagi?
From Dr.
Multiple version. Ya,
tentang
multiple version.
Tak, first before that, for online mode daripada Dr. Harun Anwar lagi. For online mode, does the question need to be open-ended or open book?
Okay. Okay, Dr. Khairul.
Tak, untuk online mode ni, open-ended or open book je yang sesuai.
Okay, alright. Ini boleh debate lah, apa? Sebab ideally we do not want to ask question whereby student can just copy paste. Itu je punya saya punya pandangan lah pandangan saya, because then it defeat the purpose. Kita nak access students' knowledge, but since they are out there somewhere, kita pun tak tahu in what mode. Yes, dia in whatever locality dia ada pun kita pun tak tahu. And then that's why untuk final exam ni better not to ask question that of lower level tadi lah. So, dia akan jadi problem tadi sebab kita tak tahu exactly dia faham tak faham. So, the purpose of us asking question is to assess the level of knowledge of the student kan. Because soalan tu direct, dia boleh copy paste, dia salin je balik, dia just google sikit je dia salin, then that defeat the purpose kita tak tahu. Tapi there are ways kan, kita boleh buat probing kan, tapi kalau kelas kecil kita boleh buat probing lah macam tu, tapi kalau kelas yang ramai I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, meaning that kita tanya balik student kan, tapi tu kena different medium lah kena tanya balik, kena recheck balik how understood you are. Alright, jadi pada pandangan saya there must be can be both open book. Jadi saya open book lah, bila online ni memang jadi open book basically. Sebab we couldn't restrict them from accessing anything kan. Pada pandangan saya lah kan, sebab dia online. Jadi kita pun kalau kita kata closed book pun, there is no way for us to ensure that they are not looking at other things kan. Because they are not looking at their screens kan. Jadi memang macam mana pun memang soalan tu dah jatuh macam open book. Okay, so the question must be in that form. That's why formula-formula pun jangan bagi. Okay, you don't have to give all the formulas. So they have all the resources. Sebab dia ada buku, dia ada their own laptop and things like that. Dia ada their own notes. Sampai dalam exam kita pun, student dia akan masuk, dia akan download, and then dia akan offline. Dia akan offline sebab dia nak cater for the data tadi kan. Then maybe the last 30 minutes ke the last 45 minutes kita baru online balik. Untuk dia upload dan sebagainya. Jadi kita pun tak tahu apa yang berlaku dekat dia kan. Jadi that's why good thing that you don't have to give all the formulas. Formula sheet tu tak payah. E-book ke whatever tu mungkin tak perlu. Kecuali there is especially a dedicated soalan. Refer dekat this particular journal ke apa ke to link dia. Contoh for certain text that the student need to write ke to read ke whatever kalau pusat bahasa dan sebagainya. Jadi must be to me is design in a way that macam open book. Open ended ni ini susah sikit sebab as much as possible should be open ended lah, as much as possible. Okay, tapi setengah-setengah khusus memang payah buatkan jadi open ended. Jadi part of the question tu maybe katakan ada 4 soalan. Mungkin 20-30% tu soalan yang berbentuk macam soalan course tu berbentuk perkiraan, calculation, mathematical base. Jadi somehow kita nak tahu dia boleh mengira ke tak. Jadi ada certain soalan tu mungkin in very limited numbers lah Ada soalan yang macam tu lah. Okay, yang mana dia direct. Dia bukan open-ended, dia close-ended. But you still have to ask. But try to limit those questions lah Itu pandangan saya lah. But that can be debated can be debated. Okay, PM Jariah. Saya continue ke macam mana ni?
Kita banyak soalan lagi ni.
Itulah. tak apa. Kita buat banyak masa. Tak apa. Atau saya continue dengan writing ni dulu. Dan kita come back dengan soalan. Yang ini untuk ada satu daripada tentang Dr. Noli pada tanya kan tentang pusat bahasa dia tak ada final exam kan. Pusat bahasa tak ada final exam.
Yang ni ada Prof ada pertanyaan lagi on Dr. Harul ni. Dr. Harul tanya lagi, how about vetting of multiple version version of set of question code?
Okay. Kita ada 40 soalan tu kan.
Okay. Boleh ada Prof komen tu?
Okay. Saya cuba yang tu dulu lah Okay, multiple choice ni to be honest not my strength lah sebab dalam engineering jarang sangatlah kita gunakan multiple choice but it could be done cuma untuk mid semester exam so maybe to me okay lah kalau ada multiple choice but soalan multiple choice ni susah nak buat dia senang nak jawab in terms senang jawab tu maksudnya budak boleh just choose lah kan but it's very difficult to construct. Vetting process untuk multiple choice ni I think dia carries the same weight lah maknanya if you have multiple choice tadi so each of the multiple choice tadi set tadi katakan ada 40 tadi so each one of them should be mapped to respective CLO lah macam biasa juga okay but again dia kena jawab lah objektif dia kenapa dia buat multiple choice ni kan. Sebab kadang-kadang there are strengths of using multiple choice as a form of questioning. How to pattern. Pada bagi saya
Prof Zam, yang tu okey kita komen kita dapat extra pencerahan.
Okay. Pada pandangan saya dia kena vet macam biasa. Sebenarnya ada 40 soalan lah kena vet. Ikut pada macam rubrik yang saya sebut tadi lah. Cuma dia tak ada answer scheme lah kan. Dia tak ada answer scheme. Dia tak ada dia tak ada answer screen, cuma level of difficulty tu kita boleh tengok. Relevancy to CLO, belum tadi pun kita boleh tengok. Possibility for online mode tu mungkin boleh tengok juga sebab mungkin soalan multiple choice tu tak boleh terlalu direct. Kan, maknanya dia macam dia boleh dapatkan maklumat tu secara terus from materials that the student have, daripada notes, modul dan sebagainya lah. Saya punya pandangan macam tu lah Dr. Chua. Dr. Noli mention tentang final exam yang di-substituted with final assessment. Kan, ini pandangan saya juga. Since like pusat bahasa kan dan maybe FPTK juga, yang mana MQA based, ni they got the choice of not having final exams. Tapi kalau engineering memang tak ada pilihan lah, memang kita kena buat final exams. Kalau yang ada final assessment, please vet your final assessment questions tadi. Whether it's assessment tu dalam bentuk assignment, case studies and so forth. Jangan biarkan lecturer bersendirian, trial and error, guessing whether the assignments tadi, the case studies, their projects, those assessment modes tadi, tanpa pengawasan fakulti. Maksudnya fakulti must vet. Okay, even for untuk FKP pun, untuk postgrad level, so in because this is MQA based kan, kita pun tak ada final exam, but all the final assessment tadi kita vet. Maknanya kena minta lecturer submit dia final assessment tadi so that the faculty can vet. Jadi accordingly jugalah, maksud saya dia mesti juga pergi ke LO, dia punya level, location of mark, dia punya rubrik. Kadang ada rubrik yang tertentu untuk those particular assessment. Format tu tak bersangat, clarity tu mungkin. Online mode tu mungkin tak ada lah. Jadi kena tengok jugalah Jadi pada pandangan saya, please ensure that all the assessment yang bentuk final assessment tu pun dalam bentuk yang kita vet. Okay, Dr. Fukian, Dr. Fazli ada tanya tentang open question ni kan. Ini saya jawab kemudian boleh tak? Pada dalam slide saya ada nanti ni Yang Fazli daripada FKM masa tu. Saya teruskan saya rasa pada jawab dan yang atas tu. InsyaAllah kita continue saya suka macam ni, so kalau boleh kita bertukar soalan sebab tujuan as I said this morning, I'm not presenting something which is the best way of doing this. Kita share. Kalau tuan-tuan perempuan, if you have a better suggestion, better ideas, better things that maybe overlook from my presentation, please kindly share lah for the benefits of all. Alright, so ini biasa ni, the rest is similar. So this is something that I'm proposing lah. Saya sebenarnya edit daripada FKP punya current scene malam tadi di certain thing ni. So at the end of this vetting, bagi vetter tadi dia kena somehow ada satu ruang. Kat sini tak ada maybe satu ruang kat sini yang mana dia boleh bagi di komen lah. Okay, kat sini individual assessment question kan, maybe dia kena ada general comment. Okay, maknanya kat sini boleh bincang tentang yang general tadi, suitability ni lah untuk for online mode ni. Mungkin boleh give further comment lah kat sini. Okay, whether as a whole ni sesuai ke tidak. Okay. So, tadi individual, mungkin soalan 1 tak sesuai, soalan 2, 3, 4 is very much appropriate kan untuk online. Jadi dia akan bagi dia punya pandangan lah whether okay as a whole, okay, maybe as a whole this paper need maybe minimum standard for online mode examination lah, contoh macam tu kan. Right. Jadi di peringkat jabatan tu dia akan ada department level pun faculty level, they can take a look at this lah. Jadi biasanya dalam orang dia ada signature vetter, course coordinator ni dia akan sign bila dia dah buat correction, dia dah verify. Kita ni better dah buat dah give his or her remarks. Dia pulangkan balik borang ni to the course coordinator. The course coordinator will be given some specified amount of time to do the corrections. Come back to the dia dah betulkan, dia akan sign lah. Dia maknanya dia dah buat pembetulan. Then verified by the head of department. So head of department akan verify lah whether all the corrections have been done lah. Jadi ini akan close the loop di peringkat jabatan basically. Okay, better dah bagi komen, course coordinator with coordination tadi lah dengan members or other members. Do the correction, dated, dan bagi balik pada head department. Head of department, dia punya task is to verify that the corrections have been done. And stamp dan the sheet. This is in terms of the department level. Then akan bawa kepada faculty level. Okay, pada faculty level, saya tunjukkan sedikit tentang faculty level sikit je. So, at the faculty level, saya buka lagi di boleh sekejap. Saya buka file ni dulu. Faculty level normally we will have a very simple vetting form lah. Jadi nampak tak?
Nampak.
Okay, thank you.
Dah dapat dah yang faculty vetting form ni kan?
Okay, so at the faculty level then, normally faculty level ni kita normally lah, sepatutnya lah kita dah trust our subject matter expert tadi. And so if our subject matter expert do their work properly, patutnya dekat faculty level ni very smooth lah sepatutnya. Tapi jarang juga berlaku. Saya mahu cakap lah kadang-kadang at the faculty level pun kita kena spend a lot of time juga in terms of rechecking balik. So that's good lah, tapi meaning that kita cuba tambah baik lagi. So at the faculty level normally dia tengok general, it's a general comments lah tentang paper tadi. Dari segi dia punya proficiency, format. Ini kalau boleh jangan spend banyak masa lah kat sini. So dia selalunya dekat faculty level FKP dia akan very simple, dia satu ruang komen yang kosong untuk kita letakkan general comment tentang the suitability of that paper as an exam paper for that particular course with that particular CLO tadi lah. Ini very general je. Dan bawah ni biasanya ada signature of letter ni selalunya kita minta TDA ataupun TDA lah basically akan stamp lah on behalf of the committee lah. Sebab di faculty level ada committee dia. Jadi TDA as the signatory of the committee can sign. And then course coordinator again will do the correction, submit time, and then again balik pada head of department untuk confirmkan sebenarnya the endorse the correction have been done. So dekat sini maknanya sekarang dah seal lah. Okay, dan dia batal balik kan dia terserahkan pada fakulti. And then TDA, KJ data semak tadi akan balik pada dekan akan semak untuk final remarks before kita masuk sampul surat lah dan kita bagi pada BPA lah as our normal practice. Jadi ini simple saja, dia tak macam tadi sebab yang rutin yang detail vetting tadi must have been done dekat peer vetter ataupun department vetting tadi lah. Jadi itu maksud saya. Jadi saya teruskan dengan slide saya. Sikit saja lagi ada few example. Okay. Contoh ini kita tengok contoh ni contoh yang sama Okay, contoh katakan we now kita pakai topi vetter Okay, tuan-tuan perempuan, kita pakai topi better. Bukan topi lecture, mana bukan we are not constructing the question. Constructing ni kita dah buat last week. I'm using the same example from last week so that kita boleh mudah relate. So kita tengok soalan macam ni. Figure 1, saya bacakan balik shows an example of eating process.
Prof Zam,
Ya.
still masih lagi dekat yang fakulti vetting form tu.
Oh, tak tukar kan automatic. Okay. Kalau saya tukar sikit ni dia follow. Alright, saya tukar balik. Ya. Okay. Okay tak?
Okay. Ajak
Alright.
dengar dah. Alright, dah. Dah ada example 1 ni kan?
Example 1. This is the same example like last week. Saya nak relatekan dengan apa, as I said again, we are now wearing the vetter's hat. Okay, soalan dia soalan open-ended. Okay, meaning that we give scenario. Kan, contohnya this is an eating process lah. Dia apparatus, the instrument for eating process digunakan steam. Contohnya lah, so ada proses lah tak whatever tak apa. Even daripada fakulti lain pun saya rasa you can make this as an example lah. It suggests improvement to the system that would convert the current heating process into closed loop control lah. Okay, dia bagi satu scenario dan student must suggest improvement. Okay, we as a vetter, first kali tadi kita tengok level of difficulty. Betul, kalau kat sini first kali kita kena tengok okay, to which CLO that this question is being mapped. Kan, jadi kalau kat sini dia macam dia lebih pada evaluation. Okay, dia kena evaluate the system, dia kena bagi some suggestions jadi suggest. Jadi kita tengok yang tu CLO dia meet ke tak. Kalau kata CLO nya level maybe level analysis ke, level solving ke, mana dah kena lah. In terms of open book, yes, this is an open book. Could be a lot of different answers that we could get from here. Kan, jadi dari segi bahasa mungkin okey, dari segi format tu saya tak nak consider untuk sesi ni. That depends on each of the faculties. Marking tu kita boleh tengok nantilah dari segi answer scheme ni, cuma saya tak kongsikan answer scheme dari sini. But then if you look at these questions kalau kita pula letak pada topi pelajar, okay, when we construct question tadi, lecturer kena letak juga dia di on the perspective of the students. So when students read this, and how would the students answer this? Kan? Just improvement. The students answer will tally to CLO tadi ke tak yang kita nak jawapan tu. Jadi kalau saya, jadi PM Fazli pun ada tanya kan, can we guide somehow lah? It's open-ended. In my belief lah, we should guide. Okay, sebab kita ada our own scheme, kan, kita ada answer scheme. Okay, those answer schemes are the things that we hope the student would answer lah. Itu yang kita harapkan dia akan menjawab macam tu. Tapi at the same time kita tak nak konsep open-ended, kita tak nak budak ni merata-rata jawabnya. Kan, go beyond the scope of the question itself, beyond the scope of the course. Jadi we try to letak pagar jugalah walaupun dia open-ended. Bagaimana open-ended berpagar lah ada fans juga lah supaya dia jawab dalam kelompok yang kita nak, dalam skop yang kita nak. Contoh kita boleh letak note. Okay, dalam sistem kita nak dia ada open loop. Contoh ini sorry, ini control system sikit. Jadi kita nak jawapan dia mesti ada open loop. Tapi kalau kita tengok soalan, okay, student might not give the open loop. Kan, sebab dia nak jawapan dia dalam closed loop. But they might miss that information. But we would like them to provide those information. Jadi kita bagilah nota. You give a note, construct the open loop. This is still open-ended question kan. Maksudnya dalam jawapan dia kena construct open loop, block diagram. And then construct the closed loop pula. Maksudnya open loop ni yang initial case, maksudnya dalam the student suggesting the improvement, dia kena start dengan what is the current situation. Okay, dia bagilah dia punya open loop tadi. Kemudian when the student suggest the improvement, dia kena come out last kali dengan dia punya closed loop punya block diagram contoh. Jadi kita try to guide lah And then resketch. Resketch the figure and highlight the additional elements added. Jadi kita nak tahu. Kita suggest tu dalam bentuk yang macam mana, kita nak tahu what are the improvement that being done here. Okay, contohnya ada dekat sini ada automatic control ke kan. Bawah ni ada contoh, ada contoh lah, ada something that kena measure dan sebagainya. Benda ni kita nak sebagai jawapan dan to ensure that the students answers according to our answer script tadi, basically. Our answer scheme tadi, kita kena bagi some notes lah. Okay. Untuk soalan yang macam ni lah, for some question maybe we don't have to give the note like this, but for this kind of questions, dia macam technical macam ni, saya punya pandangan, you must give some notes. Okay. Contoh kedua, ni contoh kedua juga daripada contoh yang sama last week. This is a design questions kan. So dibagi macam ni, dia maybe a bit difficult for the lecturers to mark nanti. Sebab dia mungkin terlalu luas kan. Sebenarnya dalam desainnya dibagi size, ada minimum weight, low maintenance, everything and so forth. But it's a good idea that we give also some notes. There are certain things that we would like the students to give as part of their answers. Bagilah some hints. Okay, contohnya show the materials in their performance. What are your design requirements? Kan, jadi tak adalah dia just bagi propose the most suitable material, dia bagi satu material aja contohnya. Kan, material B, that's it. Dia menjawab soalan kan, propose. But not to the level that we want. Jadi this is an open-ended but guided juga in a way that whatever that you're proposing tadi must include this as your justification. Ini macam ni, soalan ni macam soalan lain, namanya justify your selections of material. Okay, in the forms of material in their performance, in design requirement and so forth. Okay, and then kalau lecturer juga dia include at least 3 types of materials, dia kena state lah. Jadi sudah akan bagi material 1, material 2, material 3 dia akan propose. What are their strengths, weaknesses and so forth lah. So ini cara berarti bila kita back, kita nampak okay, this is an open-ended question, yes, kita boleh tick. Level of difficulty, this is quite good. Good level of difficulty. Map to the CLO. Kalau tadi, student most likely tak boleh berbincang. The discussion is very limited. So they have to think, if they copy and paste from their colleagues, it could easily identify their solution lah. So the solution will be very similar kan. Jadi sesuai tak untuk online, to me this is very appropriate for online exams. Okay, itu pandangan saya. Yang ketiga, okay, this is not open-ended. This is not open-ended. So ini soalan saya juga semua ni. Untuk yang ini soalan saya. Okay, dia tunjukkan satu. This is a control. Maaf lah, saya banyak. Control ni banyak bias pada bidang saya lah. Okay, dia bagi requirement. Position controller. Dia bagi some requirement, dia mesti ada percentage of ratio like this. Kemudian dia bagi some requirements lah, dia give requirements. Kena ada pun macam ni lah Tuan-tuan tak faham lah, tak apa. Ini bukan bidang kan. Selain siapa yang dapat dalam bidang sama tu, okey lah Ini tak keluar ni, sorry. Okay, dia bagi some scheme. Alright, soalannya solve for the gain K kan soalan dia. Kat sini ada gain K, dia kena student kena solve. This is not again open-ended because there will only be one answer. Tapi this is higher order. This is higher order thinking punya soalan. Jadi tadi dua contoh tadi open-ended, might not be higher order, but this is a closed-ended but higher order. Jadi yang ini pun sesuai untuk soalan dalam bentuk online mode. Jadi student dia tak boleh, dia boleh copy of course. Okay, dia akan dapat jawapan daripada kawan dia, tapi we could catch them easily lah kalau dia punya jawapan tu lebih sama. But what should happen is that they should take some time to think. This question does not ask what method to use. Ada banyak different types of controller yang boleh jawab soalan ni. What kind of technique to use to dapatkan key. So this is still close-ended sebab jawapannya hanya satu. Okay. Tapi soalan B ni still close-ended. Cuma dia higher order lah. Dia tak beritahu. design gunakan controller apa. This is, to me, this is open-ended lah. But you could design by using more than one answer lah kalau ikutkan. Okay, they go 2 different techniques, so student boleh pilih. Right, so this is like this is open book, open-ended. Maknanya dekat sini tak diberitahu apa item-item yang perlu diguna lah, formula pun tak ada, nanti pun tak ada. The student need to outsource those information themselves. Okay, kalau to want to make it even more difficult, kalau kita nak jadikan even more difficult, soalan ni normally will have dia ada figures. Okay, dia ada figures. Tapi then if the student got access to software, then they can generate their own figures. That will be much better. Okay. Soalan ni kalau nak lebih better lagi, pada pandangan saya lebih susah lah. Kalau student learn MATLAB, tapi student don't have MATLAB kan, as they are at home. Okay, but if they have a tool, contohnya common tool untuk soalan tuan-tuan perempuan, whatever bidang pun, mungkin bukan bidang ni, kalau dia ada tool yang mana dia boleh generate their own figure based on the information given, that will be much better. Okay, that will be much better. Sebab dia akan construct their own figure, they can analyze their own figure, then we really know that they are the one who are constructing those answers. Okay, then they use their figures that they have constructed as part of their answers to get their answers saja lah. That will be much better. Okay. Soalan 4 ni, nanti saya tengok jawapan tadi ada soalan. Okay, design robotik ni pun sama daripada example yang lepas. Sebenarnya soalan dikit tentang soalan master lah ni, master betul course ini. Bagi soalan design, so this is level 5, design questions. Adalah dia punya kriteria, saya tak tunjuk penuh, tapi part is like this. Meaning that the student need to design something. The student need to choose an application. So this is very open-ended. Okay. But if we leave it like this, if we as a writer, kalau kita tengok soalan macam ni, kan, we should ask questions lah. How sure are you that the students will, kita tengok kat dia punya answer scheme kan? How sure are you that the student will answer according to your answer scheme tadi? Or whatever general answer scheme that you have. Okay, jadi to me, there must be some notes kat sini. The kind of things that we try to get students in such a way that they answers according to what we want. The analysis part that comes before the design. Ada contoh, name the selected process. Mungkin 1 mark, just a name. So for example, pick and place. What are the best robot configuration? They kena choose. Dia kena choose. Yang ini mungkin boleh buang lah. Okay, to make it even difficult ini mungkin tak perlu. Okay, ni dah macam jawapan kan. Okay, ni dah boleh remove. Select the best robot configuration for the task selected. So yang ini dia kena jawab daripada sini. Alright. So select from literature. Maknanya in this kind of a question dia kena cari literature mana, robot yang mana yang dia boleh pilih untuk di jawapan yang dua-dua ni. Yang dia kena pilih kat sini. Jadi this is even more open book kan. Open book, open-ended. Jadi kalau untuk master sesuai lah untuk soalan macam ni. Alright. And then based pada literature ni dia kena bagilah literature mana yang dia dapat daripada journal ke, daripada conference proceeding ke, whatever. And then based on that, daripada sini dia kena keluarkan yang ini. Okay, and then dia kena buat yang ini. Kita guide lah, even though this is steps, okay, even though nampak macam open, dia nampak macam steps, tapi something that we want the students to have in their answer script lah. Okay. Tapi kalau tuan-tuan perempuan rasa macam this is meaning that mungkin dia tak perlu tulis ini, mungkin boleh buang, just construct table ni. So nak construct table ni dia kena tahu, dia kena buat analysis. Ini mungkin tak perlu tunjuk kalau nak make it even more difficult. Okay, and then solve for the overall. Ini last lah. Right? This is the kind of thing that maybe we could do. Okay, for open-ended, open book type of exam, online. Okay, dan dalam if you look at all these example ni tadi Kita tengok example ni, kita quite sure lah, kalau saya lah when we vet, I will be quite happy to see something like this. Sebab student will have, dia tak boleh copy paste satu, most likely lah copy paste, but still student can discuss, of course, student can also still can discuss. But we are limiting that probability lah, dia boleh discuss, but the amount of time tu dia akan kurang lah. So as a whole, my suggestion is when we vet as an individual, as a peer vetter, in the committee, okay, take a step back. As we have look at all the individual questions tadi, kita dah tengok soalan 1, soalan 4, contohnya, take a step back. Tengok balik paper tu, paper soalan 1 hingga soalan 4, kita tengok balik, look at the overall pula. Jadi kita tengok individually, question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4, and then once done, take a step back, look at the overall paper, and look at the difficulty level. Look at the complexity level, higher order level, the suitability of that to road mapping, marks given, and so forth. And the time. Okay, saya punya pandangan saya for open exams online, okay, reduce the number of questions that we normally do provide to the students. Contoh soalannya kalau face to face, kalau 60 engineering lah, kalau 60 markah pada exam, contohnya selalu ada 5 soalan lah, selalunya 4 ke 5 lah, 4 tu minimum. Okay, but once we have it in the forms of online exams, my suggestion I might be wrong, okay, reduce the number of questions, reduce it. Naik screen lah untuk 2 jam setengah ni soalan. Okay, tapi dia open-ended, open book, very limited number of question yang macam direct tadi tu, solving and things like that. 3 is nice. Okay, 3 is nice. But again, it depends on the field kan. Kalau daripada pusat bahasa, IPTK, maybe you might disagree with me lah kan. But untuk yang engineering tadi, UTeM, FTKMP, FKP tu saya rasa 3 is nice. Kalau 4 is maximum lah. In such a way that the student don't have that much time to do their video conferencing lah, okay, with their colleagues tadi. Dia tak ada masa untuk dia even chat with their friends. Okay. Dan satu lagi, since we have also the time that student normally have submit kan. Kalau midterm ni, kalau FKP kami bagi 15 minit je untuk upload. Okay, sebab number of question tu limited kan, kurang. Kalau final exam nanti mungkin kita akan bagi 30 minit. What happen normally is that the student will continue to answer that 30 minutes extra yang kita bagi. Setelah dia akan copy daripada kawan-kawan dia yang dah siap. So yang ini yang kita kena make sure that to me lah, kalau pada pandangan saya kita jangan declare 30 minit tu dalam paper tu, whatever page yang kita bagi tu, exam duration 2 jam. 2 jam tu lah 2 jam menjawab. Okay. Don't state kat situ atau mana-mana you have 30 minutes to upload. Okay, itu kita akan bagi tahu dia once you have done their work. Then kita stop everything, kita kata you have like 30 minutes ke 15 minutes to upload your answer script. Itu pandangan saya bila di ujung lah. Okay. Jadi saya nak go through sikit tentang kalau soalan yang one or two exam papers kita ada dalam 45 minit, 40 minit lagi. If you wish me, kita tengok some samples.
Prof Zam,
Ni saya.
can we answer to the question put in the chat box? Some of it are questions, some is suggesting like tadi ada yang suggest kalau yang whether it's suitable on online tu kita include kan yang daripada Dr. Anwar tu dia suggestkan include whether the question can be easily Google.
Okay, Google. Okay, that's a good thing. Boleh juga masukkan. Ulang lah boleh bincang di peringkat fakulti, but I think maknanya dekat sini soalan ni soalan yang level memory lah, memory based kan, the facts. Something, if the question is facts, meaning that there's only one type or one kind of answers. Itu yang boleh Google tu, boleh Google, dia dapat jawapan. Ataupun sometimes, if you do case studies, okay, please, do not take the case study from the online resources. So student ni dia ataupun gambar, figure pun be very careful because they can Google the figure. So student nowadays they can Google the figure, they go and Google image, and then dia boleh dapat, dia boleh tahu kat mana kita ambil figure tu. Okay, that caption. Kalau fact tu lagi lah, kalau kita tanya soalan tu berbentuk fakta, then easily they will search the Google. So it could be incorporated or it could be, kalau tak ada dalam writing form pun, it could be one of the elements that we could think lah when we write. Dr. Khairul. Nak saya jawab lah apa yang Jariah tadi tu.
But it's quite tough sebab nowadays apa yang tak boleh Google semua boleh Google.
Satu kalau case study.
So the crafting of the question actually, the design of the question.
Yeah, itu yang challenge ni lah.
Yeah.
To me that's a very big challenge lah. Sebab masa writing fakulti baru ni pun saya tanya juga. Aku masuk sekejap. Tak maaf lah case study tu case study yang construct sendiri ke ataupun you took it from online resources lah. Textbook ke ataupun daripada mana-mana resources kan. Be very careful lah. Jangan just tukar nama company kadang-kadang dalam manufacturing kita guna selalu but the whole case study is Google je. Tukar nama company XYZ sini yang berhad. Kalau dalam buku mungkin dia give a different nama kan. Kadang jangan tukar macam tu je. Tukar the wording and things like that such that student tu tak boleh copy dia masukkannya dalam Google nanti keluar lah daripada paper-paper mana kan mungkin yang mungkin membantu student untuk jawab. So that's my tujuan juga lah supaya kita sama-sama bantu supaya kualiti tu at least yalah kita limitkan number of student googling lah a lot during dia answering.
Boleh pattern kan? Kualiti yang
tak ada
boleh dapat cepat.
Tak ada macam tu, but originality tu ada lah.
Okay, alright. We get that.
Ataupun gunakan.
Okay, ni ada soalan lagi daripada Zainuddin Kubatov ni. I think the question have been covered last week.
Yes.
Tapi mungkin Prof boleh briefly explain code just for the sake of to get it included in our discussion kan. Dia kata can you explain open-ended and closed-ended question again with the definition? Mungkin yang ni kita dah cover last week very comprehensive.
I'm sorry because I mixed
definition.
Right, Mr. I'm not sure, Dr. Zainuddin, I'm not sure from where ni. Waalaikumsalam Doctor. Basically, open-ended is the type of question that has more than one answer lah. Maknanya kalau if the students look at the question itself, they have the first thing that they will do is they will pause for a while, they will think. Okay, because there are possible answers to that question. Meaning that there is no one specific answers. This is a very simple, very direct definition of open-ended. There are a lot of different possibility of answering that question. The question can be in terms of banyak different. When I say different answers, so can be different possible scenarios, which is not limited to one particular answer. Closed-ended ni is very simple, straightforward. You give some facts, you give some data, and then you ask students to solve, for example. Based on using those data, they maybe plug them into a formula, they get an answer. Or in mathematics, you just simply, for example, closed-ended, do second derivative of this question, and then just straightforward. You don't have to pause. You just look at the data, they know right away that okay, I have to use this formula, I got this answer. Everybody will get the same answer. That is closed-ended. Saya rasa saya jawab very quickly lah kita dah cover the last time. Boleh PM Jariah?
Boleh. Another one, this is from Dr. Mayfeng again. Dr. Mayfeng asked,
Okay.
Prof, must question developers do the correction as suggested by the vetters? If they choose not to do the correction, do they need to justify why the suggestion by the vetters are not addressed?
This is a good question. It happened to me many years ago when I'm the deputy dean of academic. Okay, so here is the respect one thing. Okay, and then the ability to discuss. Sometimes what happens is that peer vetter will give their inputs to the questions. They akan bagi comments, right, do these corrections. And the funny part is that when it comes to maybe the peer vetter level lah, the lecturer will do the correction, for example. And when it comes to the faculty level, we might revert it back to the original question. Kadang tu yang the funny part lah. Jadi dia kata, Doctor, we do the correction based on the vetters. But based on the vetters, and sometimes at the faculty level, we might disagree with the vetters. We might come back to the original questions. That's one thing. That is to be discussed. Another thing is that should be the faculty or the department should allocate the right person to be the vetter, a person of expert. Okay, jadi then whatever questions, remarks that the vetter propose on the vetting forms, okay, could be relayed clearly to the lecturers. However, I believe that there could be some discussion. Sometimes what happens is that when the lecturers, okay, unwilling to do the corrections, this is where maybe the result of the question itself not being clear enough. Okay, when the question itself not being clear enough, vetters might look at the question from a different perspective. So tadi saya sebutkan, the question must be clear enough, such that when the students look at the questions, they have the right perspective of the questions. Okay, sekarang berlaku what might happen is that the vetters look at the questions from a different perspective from that of the lecturers who construct the question itself or herself. Sebab tu bila soalan tu tak clear, dia akan jadi different perspective, which go against the intention of the questions constructor tadi. So if that happen, then what my suggestion would be for the lecturers to consult the vetters, try to come to a middle point, right? So saya harap there is a discussion lah. Okay, jumpa the vetters, discuss. Okay, this is what I intend this question to be. Maybe because of the miscommunication, misunderstanding in terms of the route or the direction of the question tadi jadi macam tu. Okay, so one more thing yang selalu berlaku juga kadang-kadang, with all due respect, sometimes the vetter is someone who somebody, contohnya somebody, a professor, or someone very senior, and the vetter is someone maybe who maybe junior, tapi still got the expertise on that matter. Kadang-kadang berlaku yang because of the vetter is junior, and then he or she is put some remarks on the paper as a vetter tadi kan, yang professor ataupun yang senior dia tak boleh terima. This happened to me. It happened to me. Masa tu ada seorang tu lah, professor lah, long time ago, lama dulu. Dia tak nak betulkan. Because dia kata maybe I'm the expert. Who are you kan? Macam tu lah. So please don't try not to have this kind of issue at the faculty level. Try to discuss. Kita berlapang dada. Even though you are the expert, you are the professor. Contoh, discuss balik in a nice way lah. Okay, lastly, kalau juga dia tak nak ubah, fakulti kena ubah lah. Fakulti must take the decision lah, the faculty level. Okay, whether that the question need correction. the particular time, then the question developer must agree to the committee suggestion for the improvement. Okay? Boleh ikut FTM Jariah, itu saya share lah pengalaman saya sendiri lah sebagai veteran dan problem dengan developers lah.
Alright. Okay, kita soalan yang baru masuk ni daripada TS Ahmad Nizam. I'm sorry if I missed the previous info. Maybe my question have been answered earlier. Is it when we are vetting the question paper, we need to see the teaching plan to see the coverage and the CLO associated with it and compare with the question created in the exam paper?
Yes. Very correct. Very correct. That's why masa vetting teaching plan kan kena vetted juga. So when we vet teaching plan, the lecturers have already aligned all the assessments kepada CLO tadi kan. When we vet the teaching plan tadi. So when we do the vetting, that's why saya sharekan balik yang tadi tu, saya dah tutup dekat barang vetting. Sekejap untuk jawab soalan daripada yang ini yang depan yang penting ni. Okay, this should come from your teaching plan lah, basically. Okay, so dalam teaching plan we have the assessment. Alright, so this is like a reminder lah when the this part B is to be filled by the question developer. Okay, so when the question developer creating or constructing the final exams or mid-semester exams, they should refer to the teaching plan, and this should normally be in the teaching plan. Maknanya CLO2, CLO3 contohnya, CLO1 must be addressed based on what being declared in the teaching plan. This is macam dia punya reminder to the question developer tadi. IPM Jariah, ingat saya berjawab yang tadi itulah.
Okay, maybe Dr. Zam tadi nak proceed dengan apa? Or if we have
saya nak bincang.
Okay, bincang.
Saya nak bincang sikit. Satu paper ni lah, tu maybe matematik lah. Mungkin ada mathematician kat sini.
Alright.
Minta pandangan sebab matematik ni susah sikit. Tak pandangan lah.
Okay, boleh juga kalau yang sementara nanti Prof Zam, during Prof Zam sharing, if participants needs further clarification ke atau nak tanya soalan, boleh just unmute your mic and share, because please take this opportunity. We just left another half an hour. Please take this opportunity so that we can be clear enough. So kalau midterm vetting pun dah terlepas, mungkin yang ada yang dah buat, we look forward for a very good vetting session for the final exam punya question, insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. Okay, kejap Kita cuba share mathematics lah. Mungkin mathematician will have and can help me lah in okay. Alright, can you take a look at minta maaf pada siapa yang mungkin berkenaan kat sini kita beri nama lah. Right, ini sebenarnya for us to discuss lah. Among there are subjects whereby student could easily copied. Okay, meaning that yang macam ni lah macam mathematics kan. This is engineering mathematics kata saya. Maybe we could discuss lah, discussion, and ini daripada discussion lah, input daripada many of you. Like, as we know, normally mathematics ni is very straightforward. Kan, kalau soalan-soalan contohnya soalan macam ni as a exam kan, contoh memang soalan exam pun ni okay. So it is very straightforward. You give some statement and then calculate ke classify. And then you give a statement, differentiate, compute. Kan? Isunya when, for example, question one ni lah kan, isunya, for sure, student can copy paste their friends' answers kan. Dengan saya lah kan, that means like for sure, if one person in class who are generous enough, who are clever enough to get the answers right, or maybe what they thought of, we share this and everybody will get the answers. Okay, so challenge is to us, how can we convert these kind of questions into macam soalan yang open-ended? That is very tough lah. I think our mathematician might have the answers lah. To me, this is very tough lah. To be fair to them, normally I will leave it as it is. Sebab memang very tough. Unless soalan tu, for example, we put it in the application form. Okay, application form. Even in application form pun contoh soalan ni, question 2 ni. Okay, even in application form, you give them some, unless macam soalan ni, in these particular questions, we try to give like macam reverse engineering pun mungkin lah. Compute an area of the plate using double integral. Ataupun kita tak sebut kat sini pun double integral. Contoh I'm not a mathematician, mungkin compute the area of the plate using appropriate method. Contoh then maybe a bit more difficult. Okay, ataupun kita tak kata using double integral ni, kita just construct the center of gravity for the parts. Ini pandangan saya so I might be wrong. Yang macam ni pun kalau boleh determine my the density of the plate is macam ni. Ini kalau kita boleh ada pandangan lain lah supaya dia tidak terlalu direct lah. Okay, yang ni solving kita tak pasti whether this is got one definite answer. Ini okay, using appropriate, this is good. Okay, using an appropriate method, meaning that the student must think and then try to use, but I'm not sure whether there's only one method ke tak. There could be more than one method. There could be more than one method, and then there could be more than one. There should be one answer, but one final answer, but maybe different ways of answering. Okay, so this is something that we could ponder on. Okay, how could we improve this kind of exam so that we put it more challenge to the students but still within the CLO punya terms. Okay, we don't go beyond the what we expected of the student kan, tapi we make it a little bit challenging in such a way that dia tak boleh lah straight away tiru dan sebagainya lah. One thing lah. Satu lagi saya nak tanya juga yang ini dapat tak? Ini dah cukup juga. Yang ini tentang engineering ekonomi. Jariah? Dapat Okay. Yang ini pun saya, ini pun I think among the participants maybe they are from management punya group saya juga lah. So what we did last time, this is higher order thinking level lah, which is good. But there are parts maybe yang kita buat last time whereby we dalam group yang ini paper ni, I think we have few sets. I think more than 3 sets kot. 5 sets initially tu of questions, and then we have many different sets. However, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, kita tukar nombor. Lah. Jadi kalau Cik Akramin ke Zura ke siapa yang ada mungkin boleh confirmkan. We change the numbers in such a way that different student, different section will get different sets of questions lah. Based on different numbers yang kita tukar tadi lah kan, sinar yang figures kita tukar dan sebagainya. But to me still with due respect to the question developers, with all due respect, still student can work together lah. It's still good probability lah. Even though saya tak kata lah kalau kita buat student tak tiru student kan still boleh tiru kan. Sebab one person will get one answer. Kalau dia nak share answer dia pun, the other person pun will get the same answer juga. Sebab kita boleh tangkap lebih mudah lah. But kalau kita just tukar numbers, there is still an issue about student copy paste. Okay. But here I think it's a good thing that soalan macam ni bagus dia mengingat dia ada senario. Okay, this engineering economy whereby all the engineering students took last semester. Okay, so there are scenario, then they suggest 3 alternative available, meaning that student need to think. Okay, cuma the scenario ni must be different lah. Kalau tadi yang berlaku mungkin for the different set tu ada different scenario. Tapi kalau dia tukar nombor je, then that's defeat the purpose lah. Kalau set 2 tu jadi RM10,000, ini jadi RM100, then that defeat the purpose. I'm not sure because I don't look at the different papers, but I'm just saying kalau if these numbers it just change, but at the whole is still the same scenario, then maybe it defeat somewhat the purpose lah. Sebab dia akan dapat jawapan yang sama. But as a whole, if this is one question, this is a very good question, open-ended. Okay. Suggest 3 alternative available, recommend which alternative appear to be the best. Okay, this kind of a thing. So formula to me can be removed. Okay, student should be able to come up with the formula. So yang semua formula ni patut kita boleh remove lah. So itu pandangan saya lah tentang 2 things, which is one is mathematic based, the other one is in terms of the soalan yang kita ubah nombor je. Okay, so kalau tuan-tuan perempuan could have your comments on that, maybe you could like discuss kat sini lah. Okay, Dr. Jariah. This is the kind of thing yang susah untuk for us at the faculty to grab with the understanding that there are some courses which is memang solving kan. Jadi memang susah lah untuk kita tukarkan dia exactly dalam bentuk open-ended dan sebagainya lah. Challenge to us lah.
Challenge kat kita. Okay. Yang ni ada persoalan daripada Puan Zuliani. Salam Prof, boleh beri pencerahan contoh yang selalu berlaku dalam soalan yang wrongful focus? Macam mana kalau ada 2 point yang di-assess dalam satu soalan tu dikira sebagai wrongful focus? Maksudnya
dalam set saya wrongful focus
contohnya dia kata dalam tu ada 2 point yang dalam satu soalan ada 2 point yang nak di-assess. Adakah itu dikira sebagai wrongful focus? Mungkin alignment of CLO ni kot. Alignment of
Okay, Zuliani ni boleh berbicara contoh yang selalu berlaku dan soalan wrongful focus Okay, macam ni pertama sekali wrongful focus in terms of betting tadi itu satulah yang buat Amy tadi. We wrongfully focus on the betting process tadi, kita fokus pada format. Itu dalam slide saya lah yang mula-mula. As a vetter, we just focus on the format. Kita check format aja. Okay, so betting process dia dah tak betul lah. Okay, maknanya bukan tak betul keseluruhan. Maknanya dia dah dia punya intention tu dah lari sikit. So we should focus on the quality of question, bukan format. Okay, tapi kat sini wrongful focus yang maybe Dr. Zuliani ni tanya, mungkin we as a question constructor tadi, Okay, kita nak tanya dia, tadi kita 2 points ya. Macam mana kalau ada 2 point yang assess, dia assess dalam satu soalan tu kita, okay. Maybe there are 2 points that we want to assess, tapi mungkin student tu nampak 1 point. Jadi soalan tu, the question must be craft clearly in such a way that dia nampak lah ada 2 point. Katakan ataupun as a contractor, we could give some hint ataupun notes kat situ. Okay, suggest 2 points to justify your answer. Contoh macam tu Maknanya dekat situ di clearly state dia ada 2 point yang kita nak. Ataupun answers from the perspective of this and this. Dia give some hints, but at least dia bukan give a direct hints lah jawapannya apa. Tu saya cuba jawab lah, tak tahu lah that is the best answer ke tak, but if you want the student to give some hints, minimal enough hints lah, so that at least the thing. Yang Jariah saya harap jawapan saya itu memadai lah.
Okay, maksudnya yang ni kita kena the clarity of the question tu, kalau kita expect ada 2 point nak fokus, kena clearly design the question into 2 point lah kan? Okay, yang ni daripada
PM Jariah, just one sentence lagi apa. Selalunya when we construct question tu, just take a step back macam saya kata tadi kan. Tengok balik, kita cuba fikir dalam topi pelajar pula ya. Macam pelajar punya head. Kalau saya jawab soalan ni, saya akan jawab macam answer scheme tak? Kalau kita rasa macam, ni mungkin dia akan jawab macam ni, then we know that question is not clear enough lah. Then as a veteran, tadi waktu veteran dia kena pegang topi sebagai lecturer, sebagai veteran dan juga sebagai student yang answer that question tadi. Dia kena pakai dulu tu, so that bila dia tengok sebagai perspektif student, are you sure the student will get that message as you expecting from your answer script? Contoh macam tu. Jariah?
Yang ni ada daripada Dr. Farid ke? Are we assessing the student understanding by getting the correct answer or by suggesting the way to get the correct answer?
Okay, alright. Sometimes, sometimes bila dia open-ended, okay, kalau soalan open-ended kena bagi hints lah. To me, unless kalau that course is very clear. Maksudnya dia tak banyak sangat variety. Jadi kita tak expect student to go beyond the borders tu lah. Tapi kalau that particular topic is too diverse, if you think that your answers or your answer scheme is diverse enough to cater for the diversity in the questions, then you don't have to give the hints. Okay? Yang from the perspective of technical engineering ni, kadang-kadang kita kena bagi hints sebab kita ajar dia teknik. Sebab tu kita kadang make sure dia pakai teknik tu. Kadang-kadang kena bagi hints. Tapi kalau some topic course yang whereby the diversity is common enough, and then the answer script is common enough, then tak perlu bagi hint. Okay, but when I say about giving some hints ataupun notes tu, is for courses ataupun topic whereby very technical, even though the scope is wide, tapi kita nak dia ada dalam jawapan tu some elements we are testing. Contohnya lah some concept kan, ataupun fundamental knowledge on certain things that we would like the student to demonstrate as part of the answers. Kita tak ada skip. Jadi kalau course yang macam tu, content yang macam tu, bagi pandangan saya perlu be some notes so that the student knows that that is part of the things that the lecturer is looking for. Tapi kalau di content tu macam subjek tu very general subject, open-ended sangat, dia tak terlalu technical, then you can leave the students that the flexibility lah. Pandangan saya lah, Ahmad Farid, kalau might be right, might be wrong lah itu pandangan saya lah. PM Jariah. Ni ada Mr. Dr. Cheng Yimeng 2 student got 2 semester on open book test. Ini dah masuk ke apa jatuh kuasa atau tertib ni ini susah sebab dalam peraturan akademik kita dia menyebut dia kena tangkap dengan evidence. Dan dalam exam hall, physical exam hall, normally that evidence is in the form of dia nampak kita capture dia communicate physically communicate to note sebagainya kan. But in online mode we don't have that evidence. We don't have that evidence unless itulah kita require all the students to be on camera all the times, recorded and so forth. And then maybe when itu pun kita tak boleh nampak screen dia. They can do chatting kan. So it's very difficult. So if 2 students came up with exactly same answers, ni mungkin pejabat undang-undang lah, mungkin boleh bagi pandangan lah nanti. Okay, to penalize them will be very difficult. So what we could do is call them. Okay, call them when you are marking the question. Call them individually and check their answers. Penat dekat lecture lah. It will be very difficult to us. Time consuming. Call them. Okay, Mr. Abu. Can you explain your answers for these questions? Okay, kita bagi dia, you are answering like this. Minta dia jawab. Okay, and then you call the person B. Katakan Ali, I'm looking at your answers for this question 2 regarding this. Could you explain your answer please? Because I'm a bit confused about your answers. And then kita tengoklah jawapan A dengan B tu, Ali dengan Abu tu. If the person who are cheating tadi, who are copy paste tadi, dia mungkin tak akan dapat jawapan. Dekat situ kita boleh cuba penalize lah. It's my suggestion lah, kita bagi probing tu. Okay, something like that. Saya harap saya jawab lah. Dr. Cik Yimeng Jariah. Ada pandangan tak tentang my question regarding macam soalan-soalan yang straightforward macam satu lagi this is all questions ini soalan lama yang saya share. Course ni pun dah tak ada lagi but this is a difficult question lah. Dia mana macam formulate ni pun kalau nak formulate it could be one standard juga walaupun formulate tapi given this to be one answer kan. Investigate in terms of bila kita nak jadikan open ended dia macam what if kan, question like what if, how, okay, how if contohnya if this is changed to another function contohnya, how would that change your answer? Okay, then that becomes open-ended. Okay, what if we change the reference signal R to another reference in the form of ni? How would that change your answer? That becomes open-ended. Okay. Contoh lagi kalau macam ni, you're given this output, maybe the purpose of a controller which could give this particular output and then open-ended. Okay, kalau tak dia akan jadi very close-ended lah. Okay. Ini the transfer response of the system must be improved. Ini sedikit-sedikit electrical juga katakan bagi macam ni kita nak improvekan this. Okay, ataupun kita ada product, some products ada parts, we have this design. you would like to improve it further, suggest, formulate. Okay, those would be making it as an open-ended. Put it a bit more challenge to the students lah. It's still on the same taxonomy bloom. Okay, mesti lagi sama lagi. Tapi it's not direct lagi lah dia tak direct lagi. Dalam taxonomy bloom masih formulate, masih lagi suggest. Tapi dia tak straightforward lah Okay, something like that lah, macam kita bagi general scheme. Okay, and then try to come up with strategies, design strategies, construction or development strategies, give inputs, give some feedbacks, give some scenario kan, contohnya kalau IPTK kan banyak case studies kan, so give inputs, some feedbacks on this particular topic, and something recommend alternative solution. Okay, we might give a solution. Okay, instead of them solving and give a solution, we give them the solution. We engineer balik, maknanya backtrack balik to check whether they understand tak how to solve that particular topic lah, to come up with that solution tadi lah. So some of the things lah, cuma mathematic wise lah, still a challenge lah And subject which is very focused lah in nature. Okay, subjek yang very focused in nature, yang mana dia memang kena tanya macam ni lah kan. Solve, then sketch, comment maybe a bit open-ended, comment and compare. Tapi they got some mixture. To me this is okay. Okay, to me this is still okay, meaning that macam solve kan. You're given a function, you must solve. Something maybe we could not eliminate totally, but maybe the portion in the total exams question tadi not so much significant lah. Itu pandangan saya lah Again, ada pandangan yang berbeza lah. So, Jariah?
Okay, tadi Prof Zam, I may raise a few points because tadi kick off pula daripada Webex sekejap. Okay. So I couldn't access to the chat box, but should there is any left more question yang tak dijawab oleh yang belum kita share and get opinion from Prof Zam, boleh participant unmute and ask directly to Prof Zam.
There is satu question from, I'm not sure who GMB is. Suggest to avoid loaded questions by separating the question to components that the examiner is testing. I'm not so sure what you mean by loaded questions. Meaning by maybe cram all the question into one question, okay? So they suggest separate the question to components. Sometimes it is okay to break it into A, B, C, D. But sometimes if we have open book, dia soalan tu macam satu je soalan, mungkin A, B je. Okay, contoh macam soalan kontrol ni lah Ini soalan yang kita break. Banyak kan ada anak-anak A, B, C, D lah. Dia tak loaded sangat kan. Tapi ni guided dan close-ended. Okay, close-ended. Compute, given something, design. This is a bit high order lah. Okay, high order ni soalan. Kalau dia kata design, dia tak guna. This question does not ask the student to use a particular technique. So they have to come up with some technique which is appropriate. Okay, friends. Construct. This is close-ended. Based on B, it becomes close-ended. Okay. Tapi if we load it into like this, ni macam loaded lah ni higher level. Okay, this is higher level. One big questions, markah pun besar, 15 marks. You're given the requirements, you're given the schemes, and then the student must, this is higher order, must come up with the solution. Okay, so cuma yang inilah, kalau if you don't guide, You don't have to guide lah. Okay, yang ini dia tak perlu guide. Okay, then the student must answer lah. Okay, yang ni really ni still lagi this is open-ended, higher order level of questions. Cantik lagi macam saya kata tadi. Kalau kita nak make it even bit more difficult lah, but still within the constraint of the PLO. Saya kata figure pun kita bagi. Dia kena come out dengan their own figure. Okay? Then we are very sure that students have to do it on their own. For some courses, you could do it like that. For some courses, it might not be appropriate. So, I leave it to the kebijaksanaan tuan-tuan perempuan as a lecturer, as an expert subject matter on your field to come up with questions that could best capture the students' knowledge, skills that we are assessing. Tuan-tuan perempuan yang expertnya, kami as a veteran, we just want to clarify that the quality is there, the level of difficulties is there, the mapping is there, what we promise the students from the teaching plans is there, and as we conducting this assessment in online mode, appropriateness of those questions to the online mode delivery is also there. Okay, we as a administrator, as the head of department, as a deputy dean, as dean, and also as a lecturers will be scrutinized, okay, by the auditors during the accreditation visit. We'll always keep that in mind. They will ask question, of course, on how sure you are that the students are answering based to their own individual knowledge and not being biased by other sources. So kita kena make sure that it is not 100% watertight, but at least on our part kita cuba our best to limit those possibilities. Okay, it will never be enough unless tadi technology wise kita ada those facilities. Itu saja cara yang mana we are sure that students are not copy paste, asking Dr. Googles or things like that. Pandangan saya lah, saya rasa my 2 hours have come. If there are anything else, nanti saya dah jawab all the questions.
Walaupun dah cukup 2 hours, Prof. Zam, we still have another question.
Ada soalan lagi ya?
Alright. Thank you, Prof. Zam. Okay, so now we have another question from Mak Farid. Can we incorporate the notes in question required body of answer, the one that we require body of answer as loaded questions instead as A, B, C and so on?
Oh, soalan susah ni. Saya cari soalan ni sekejap. Tadi saya nampak tadi.
Boleh nampak tak tadi, Prof. Zam? Yang daripada Encik Mak Farid, incorporate notes in the question tu, the one that we require body of answer.
Okay.
Kita loadedkan dalam question instead of A, B, C.
Can. Macam notes ni hints lah kan. We call it body of okay as loaded question instead of SABC and so on. It has to come as notes lah memang. The part of questions. Jangan jadi ABC. Kalau ABC dia become guided. Mana-mananya dia macam guided. Macam A solve ini using ni. Dia macam guided. Tapi kalau kita bagi notes, dia bukan guided. Mana incorporate in your answers the scheme, the technique used, the justification. Macam tu lah. Jadi dia tak macam guided. Maknanya kita nak elemen-elemen tu incorporated as part of the answers. Pandangan saya lah Dr. Ahmad Farid, it can be incorporated, yes.
Okay.
Daripada
live kat situ PM Dr. Sharifah Sakinah lah.
Yeah.
Dia cadangkan apa tu, bank of question bank.
Matematik ya. Matematik banyak cabaran, of course saya pun kesian juga kalau dia mathematician gitu. So level diploma especially, sebab diploma ni dia itulah dia banyak kan solving kan. Dia boleh buat banyak soalan yang lengkap untuk buatkan random question. Yes, that is the best option lah. Mungkin buat bank soalan yang banyak, multiple choice ke apa, in such a way that student will get different question. Okay, different student will get different question. That will be very best. Saya rasa mungkin the only option kot ataupun the best option untuk soalan matematik lah. Supaya student don't have the time to don't have the luxury to copy paste their colleagues' answers. I think Dr. Sakina tadi give a very good suggestion. But then again tough for us to us as a lecturers lah nak buat soalan kali ni. Terima kasih Dr. Sakina, this is a very good input lah. Dan Jariah, I think
yes. Okay, thank you. I think we have almost it's already 11:05 and we have almost covered. Thank you, Prof. Zamberi, with your sharing and also with your opinion and experience that you shared. We already covered the topic, I think, on the vetting of online examination question. We hope the thing that we have shared and learned throughout this session will help us to do a very good vetting session as well as crafting the question in order for us to make sure that we are preparing a fair question to the students in order for us to conduct the fair assessment to gauge the understanding and the development of our students' critical thinking as well as avoiding academic misconduct during the next exam session. So in all, from what we have learned, we can sum up that first, during the vetting question, we need to make sure that it is fair to the students in terms of the time, the clarity, so that we are correctly crafting the question to get their understanding and to develop their critical thinking. And then it should be also aligned with the course learning outcome that we have set during the teaching plan during the teaching plan as well. And then the Bloom taxonomy, and then the other challenge that we need to together develop is to make sure that it is an open-ended as well as open book that is suitable for the online mode that we are delivering at the particular moment. So with that, I hope we thanks a lot Prof. Zam for your time and also for your sharing. And I believe that should any other participants would have to have further clarification, Prof. Zam can always be contacted. And Alhamdulillah, we have end this session, but the others you can also are invited also to join our second session, which is going to be shared with from Associate Professor Dr. Hidayat on the same topic, but we try to cover the focus is for open-ended and hot question based on FKE, FKEKK, FTKEE, FTMK and FPTT field. So the recorded version of this webinar is available at YouTube, CAES YouTube. We shared the link over there, and the slide is also available at CAES website. We have also shared the link. Everybody is invited to download the materials and revisit the content. So from there, once again, thank you, Prof. Zam, for your time, and to all as well. We hope to meet again, inshallah, for another sharing and learning session from CAES. With that, thank you to all, PM Dr. Mariam and CAES team as well, Isham and all the staff, and also Prof. Faizah who will not be able to join us today. And we look forward for another session, inshallah. Okay, Assalamualaikum, and thank you all.
Yep.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to our speaker, PM Associate Professor Dr. Hidayat Zainuddin, and to all participants. So roughly we have right now 43 participants, so I'm going to start the session today. So let me just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Mariam from CAES and I'll be the moderator for this session. So just some information for this slot is that we are going to do the webinar session style like bengkel lah. Bengkel means that it's for those who have questions during Dr. Hidayat sharing. So you can type your question in the chat box, or you may directly unmute your mic so that you can directly ask question to PM Hidayat. So and for your information for this slot is that we are going to record the session and we will upload, CAES will upload the recording to CAES YouTube within 2 to 3 days. So let me just start the session by welcoming all to the second slot. We have the first slot this morning from Professor Dr. Zamberi Jamaludin. So he talked about how to do the vetting process and what are the common issues that vetters do when during the vetting of the exam question. So for today's session is focusing on the vetting of online open examination questions. So as we know that this year we have the COVID pandemic, so most of the question is normally it's a closed type question, means that the students actually attended the exam in the exam hall, but right now we are doing the online teaching and learning, and therefore we have the online question for during midterm and final exam. So due to this is that so we have CAES have actually organized last week one webinar, which is on 13 November on Friday last week. We have which is on the title Guideline for Development of Online Examination Question. So we have also invited the same speaker that we have invited today, which is Prof. Dr. Zamberi and also Associate Professor Dr. Hidayat, to give the talk on the guidelines for development of the online exam question, which is Prof. Zam gave the talk on how to develop an open-ended question type of question. And for PM Hidayat is on the higher order thinking skill question. So for today's slot is on the vetting of online questions. So for afternoon slot, Dr. Hidayat will share on a little bit on the vetting process. I think Dr. Hidayat will share that in this afternoon webinar. And also he will also share a few examples of questions from different faculty, which is from FTMK and few faculty, means that I think he already contact few of the person in charge. So let's see, let's have a good discussion. It means that let's have lots of questions in this session, because I know right now we have all lecturers are actually doing preparing the exam question, the midterm question, and also the final exam question. So we are going to do the vetting process soon, or already for this for FKE example, we are doing it this week. Okay, so hopefully what we're sharing today during the webinar will help all the lecturers who are going to vet the question to vet accordingly, means that according to the requirement of the EAC or NQA. So this is important during the auditing later on. So I think without further ado, I will invite Associate Professor Dr. Hidayat to give his sharing on the topic on vetting of online open examination question. Okay, Dr. Hidayat. Boleh dengar? Boleh?
Assalamualaikum.
Okay, salam, boleh.
Mana saya video? Oh, nak on. Nampak ke? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi and good afternoon to everyone. Okay. Oh, gambar saya dekat screen macam dia macam freeze. Ada okay. Alright.
Little bit lah.
Itulah.
Right now
saya
you
takut.
share you punya screen right now? Belum lagi
Okay. Belum. Yeah. Alright. Okay. I hope everyone is in good condition. Semua dalam keadaan sihat semua. Dan walaupun kita dalam keadaan suasana work from home, so hopefully kita masih boleh menjalankan amanah kita dengan baiklah untuk tujuan kualiti bagi kita punya program akademik. Baik, right. So for this evening, this evening session, so I expect, so sebenarnya saya mengharap kita akan ada satu apa kita panggil constructive discussion. So ada sharing session lah di antara among all the audience, okay, di kalangan semua participants hari ni. I myself, saya ada beberapa soalan saya daripada saya punya collection, soalan saya yang beberapa few subjects that I have taught before, and then ada mungkin daripada beberapa soalan yang saya perolehi daripada rakan yang dah share. Cuma pada masa yang sama, mungkin disebabkan slot petang ni dia ada berkaitan dengan FPTT sekali kalau tak silap saya. So mungkin saya harap staff FTTT pun boleh mungkin bantu sedikit, mungkin kalau ada kita nak share. So jangan, pada pendapat saya kita ini kita open for discussion, semua opinion daripada semua orang, so kita dengarlah. Alright. Saya sendiri pun kita rasa macam ni lah, apa nama, ada apa nama, segan sikit lah kadang-kadang kan, sebab mungkin saya dapat info tadi, ada kawan saya daripada UPSI pun contact saya. So saya kata apa nama, dia harap apa sharing session kita pada hari ini dapat memberi manfaat kepada semualah, kita boleh tukar-tukar pendapat. Baik, sebelum kita conduct the session, before I conduct the session based on the format of like workshop. So I would like to share a few slides, okay, beberapa slide lah that I have prepared on how are we going to do the vettings. I believe most of us have experience in conducting examination question vetting. So saya yakin apa yang akan saya share ni tidak asing lah sebenarnya, right? It's not something yang alien pada rakan-rakan semua. Okay. Nampak ke slide ni?
Nampak doktor.
Alright. Okay, the topic that I have been given for this evening is vetting of online open examination questions. So the focus is on the open-ended or high order thinking level questions. So benda yang kita akan fokus adalah since this is because we are experiencing COVID punya scenario pada keadaan sekarang, jadi there is a need for us to stringent, okay, untuk kita mantap kita punya vetting process lah. Bukanlah bermakna previously the one that we have conducted before dia tak memenuhi kriteria untuk vetting, but the focus is for online open examination question. So soalan yang kita nak keluarkan tu dia mesti memenuhi kriteria yang online lah. Alright, sebab it's not just about open book sebenarnya, but it is open resources, banyak resource. Dan resources tu it does not come from buku internet. Actually it can also comes from rakan-rakan. Dia boleh bincang. Okay, so pelajar pun boleh bincang sekali. Jadi dia macam it's like you are conducting exams, but it's like macam assignment lah sebenarnya, tapi very limited time. Okay, kalau di UTeM kita panggil final examination tu kita letak dalam 2 hingga 3 jam. And then final assessment tu biasanya dia lebih daripada itulah, mungkin 24 hours, 2 hari, 3 hari. Right? Okay, first kali kita kena faham dulu vetting ni apa sebenarnya. Right? The first thing first. Okay, this is the first thing, that what is vetting? Kita faham apa itu vetting. Vetting is a process of examination or evaluation of something to ensure its quality. So kita sebenarnya kita nak jaga the quality. Right? So it's not just the quality. Kalau kita bercakap tentang exam, so what is examination question vetting? So the process of examination or evaluation of the examination questions to ensure its quality. Oh, sekejap. Ini besar slide. Okay. Right? So dia sebenarnya kita nak vet soalan exam kita is not just we want the question to be quality. Sebenarnya it has a chain effect. Chain apa, dia akan melibatkan the quality of our students, the quality of our programs. Kemudian nanti dia akan relate dengan accreditation process dan sebagainya. Right? So that is vetting lah. So I hope every one of us kita jangan buat vetting ni macam apa yang kita akan bincang ni bukanlah vetting yang sebelum ni tidak kena, tapi untuk kita menghadapi situasi COVID ni, so kaedah vetting itulah. Tapi apa yang akan saya share ni dia in general, but we should look at more on whether the question is suitable or not for the purpose of online exam questions. Right. Next, the criteria of evaluators to be considered to perform the vetting. Okay, sebenarnya ini who are the evaluators lah yang saya tulis ni, who are the evaluators. Alright, kalau kata the criteria tu saya letak within the same academic, dia lecturer ni tak ada lah, tapi never mind. Right, first, kalau if in the faculty, okay, at the faculty we have other the subject matter expert who are not teaching the subject for that semester. Okay, in my opinion okay, it is open to debate, tapi ini pendapat saya. Okay, it's better for us to give the question, okay, for the question for a subject, okay, kita bagi kepada that subject matter expert yang tak mengajar pada semester tersebut. Right, it's better to have that sebab dia boleh the vetting process dia pro and cons. Okay, mungkin kalau yang seorang yang tengah mengajar dan seorang lagi yang subject matter expert yang satu lagi tu dia tak sebulu, mungkin dia cerita lain lah. If we are talking about in ideal case, kalau kita cakap tentang ideal case, so dia sebenarnya dia boleh menjimatkan masa proses vetting tu. Alright. And then kalau kita tak ada, kita cari lecturers within the same academic discipline. Alright. We look for lecturers who are within the same academic discipline. Kita at least these lecturers know a little bit about the questions, so he or she can understand the nature of the subject and the nature of the question that is going to be asked by the lecturer who created the exam questions. And then seterusnya, next one, kalau kita tak ada juga, kita carilah the closer one. Okay, the closer academic discipline. Kita cari yang hampir-hampir lah. Right? So ini I believe at least nombor 2 tu selalunya ada. Alright, sebab tu kita ada jabatan kan, kadang-kadang kita ada jabatan apa, jabatan A, jabatan B, department A, department B, department C. Somehow we come from the same discipline, tapi but we teach different subjects. Okay, ataupun kadang-kadang buat PhD je yang berbeza dia punya the depth of knowledge in terms of their research, tapi in general the background tak lari jauh lah. And then kalau tak ada sangat lah, okay, ni kalau if tak dah worst case lah kan, cubalah cari experienced lecturers yang biasa buat vetting. Alright, okay. Lecturers with, tapi bukan bermakna lecturer tak ada experience kita abaikan. Is because kita selalu, we always selalu cakap, we always tell that, okay, students akan berikat buka peluang pekerjaan, okay, dia kata nak yang experience, habis sampai bila student yang tak ada experience nak bekerja kan? Same thing lah, the same thing is applied here. So actually bukanlah bermakna lecturer yang tak ada experience kita tak bagi, tapi but we must give them opportunity. Lecturers with limited experience shall be paired with any one of the above person. Kita pair lah dengan mana-mana pun, right? Okay, and then kalau we are not confident enough, okay, dengan kaedah kita tu, that's why some of the faculties are still sending their exam question to their external examiner. Okay, hantar kepada kita punya external examiner untuk dia random lah, dia tak adalah check semua kan, so randomize, dia randomly take few questions, so dia tengok and then he or she did some comments, right, on the exam questions. Alright, that is just for the purpose of ensure the quality of the questions. Right, actually what EAC or ETEK or what the accreditation body wanted to see is how the process, apa yang normally they are interested in the process. And then next, okay, challenges due to COVID-19. Okay, ni adalah cabaran-cabaran kita lah semasa within this period. Alright, saya happy lah asal bila sebelum kita before we were enforced to PKPB sampai yang bulan 12 ni, okay, sebab alhamdulillah lah kita boleh buat exam face to face, tapi kita nak cuba kalau face to face ni boleh tak buat open book kan, tapi but unfortunately kita kena PKPB, and then the university has decided to extend the online examination sampai lah for this semester as well. So for that, dia akan jadi semester ni pun akan jadi unrestricted membuat exams dan online. Unrestricted can be face to face, but this one dia tambah lagi dengan online. So kita tak boleh lari dah daripada benda tu. Alright, so that means the students can be anywhere, boleh kat mana-mana pun. Alright, and then we should think about their internet accessibility. Ada student yang internet dia tak berapa bagus. Okay, ada student yang bila internet dia bagus, dia cepat je. Habis je satu, dapat je buka je satu soalan, terus share dengan kawan-kawan. So ada yang bagus, ada yang tak bagus. So sebenarnya there are pros and cons here lah. So ini yang mungkin kita kena lihat, lihat bila when we design the question as well. Bukanlah nak sampai kena semak ni, tapi this is some of the considerations yang we must take into account. And then comfortness. Ada student yang bila jawab exam, okay, kita dengar yang ada jawab exam kat atas pokok ke apa kan. Last semester saya nak buat kelas. I still remember when I was about to conduct a class, ada student dia message saya, dia text saya. She text me. Dia kata, sorry hari ni dia tak boleh attend class. Dia kata, sebab kat rumah dia hujan lebat. Jadi selalu normally she will go to the rumah penghulu untuk dia buat ni lah, join class. Right? So can you imagine kalau time-time macam ni, tengah-tengah final exam, macam mana student nak jawab exam? So all these thing you kena bagi tahu you punya student. You need to tell your students please find before the exam lah, cari dulu tempat-tempat yang sesuai. Okay, kita survey dekat mana yang internet dia laju, slow, for the purpose untuk dia keselesaan dia untuk jawab exam. Right? Saya semester benda-benda ni. Right? Dia cari dulu, dia prepare. Okay? Macam kita baru nak masuk kerja kan, dulu masa kita mula nak masuk kerja, kita tak tahu pun tempat kerja tu macam mana. Jadi kita survey dulu, tengok dulu jalan nak pergi kerja ni berapa lama, berapa minit. Right? Okay? And then for this reason, semua ni there is a academic security integrity. Ini yang kita nak masuk nanti sampai ke hot ni. Right? Last 2 days I joined the dialogue with ETEK and EAC. EAC punya dialogue. So one of the issues that have been highlighted by the EAC is sebenarnya asalnya the term was integrity, but later the moderator said he believed that academic security is more important lah. Sebab integrity ni kadang kita tak boleh nak ukur pun student punya integrity, susah. Jadi academic security, how do we secure our academic quality? Macam mana? Jadi bila kita buat exam question, macam mana vetting dia, soalan dia macam mana kita buat, okay, sesuai tak sesuai dengan open book dan sebagainya. So how do we secure our academic quality? Itu yang lebih penting lah. Alright? Kita nak pastikan student integrity tak integrity, itu agak susah. One of the that we somehow kita mungkin ada integrity pack, kita minta student sign earlier, and then kita boleh juga bagi tahu daripada student throughout the semester, kita peringatkan, kita bagi tahu pasal benda-benda ni lah, integrity issue dan sebagainya. And then so the challenge is to develop hot, okay, higher order thinking questions or open-ended. Ini dia punya soalan. Macam like my previous session last week, open-ended can be hot or low order thinking. So never mind, cuma kita fokus hot atau open-ended yang sesuai dengan open book lah. Right? So this sebenarnya there are various understanding of hot exam question. Ada banyak. Okay. Antara masalah yang kita hadapi adalah bila moderator or vetter dia kata, okay, ni tak hot. Tapi pembuat soalan kata, soalan ni dah hot dah. So dia bergasak berdua. Okay, dia dah ada disagreement dan sebagainya kan. So apa yang perlu kita buat sebenarnya? Sebenarnya bila dalam keadaan macam ni, kita kena both sides kena berlapang dada lah. Right? Kita kena berlapang dada. Kadang-kadang the lecturer kita kena respect evaluator. Sometimes the evaluator also must respect the opinion. So kita consolidate macam mana kita nak selesaikan masalah ni. So consolidation between the evaluator and lecturer is required. Perlulah. Right? Another thing is it is also advisable to have a second layer of vetting process performed by the faculty administrative. Okay, ini penting. Pendapat saya ini penting. I'm not sure how other faculties have done in the last semester, but this approach has been done in FKEE lah. Right, as far as I'm concerned, this has been done in the FKEE. Okay, masa ni saya belum masuk PPKR lagi lah. Okay, yang masa ni. Okay, cuma yang terlibat masa ni lebih kepada HOD, Deputy Dean of Academic, Dekan, okay, Coordinator, right, and a few selected members lah mungkin boleh dicadangkan. Right? So, kenapa? Untuk forward, kenapa kita perlu ni? This is to ensure the earlier vetting process has met the faculty or university requirement. So, sebenarnya kita nak pastikan proses yang vetting yang telah dibuat tadi tu, yang kita dah lantik evaluator yang asal tadi tu, bersama-sama dengan lecturer dia vet soalan-soalan tu, dia mencapai apa kehendak ini fakulti ataupun universiti. Alright? Okay, I'm not sure what the criteria has been set, have been set by other faculties, right? But as far as I'm concerned, for the FKE untuk FKE, they set a minimum of 30% of the questions must be hot or open-ended. 30%. Why 30%? Sebenarnya we want to control, kita nak control bilangan pelajar yang boleh score ke kan. Kita nak kawal kat situ. Sebab dia dah open, dia dah bukan open book biasa, dia dah student boleh access dengan kawan-kawan dia boleh copy each other, dia boleh macam-macam dia boleh buat. Okay. Dan benda yang mungkin some lecturers might think, okay, student boleh score beramai-ramai. But there is another scenario that can happen sebenarnya. Student boleh gagal beramai-ramai. Okay. So kalau dia salah copy, so habislah semua. Alright. So sebenarnya that 30% is a minimum. Okay. That is a minimum. Sebab kadang-kadang ada setengah subjek memang nature dia bukan sampai level hot pun. Right, subjek tahun 1 kan, kita kena tengok, we must look at the nature of the subject. So minimum. Some subjects tahun 4 mungkin daripada keseluruhan soalan dia 70%, 80% memang hot. Itu walaupun dia memang hot, tapi mungkin soalan tu biasa keluar. But the lecturers kena ada inisiatif untuk ubah jugalah soalan tu supaya dia ada a little bit open-ended ataupun tukar dia punya nature of the question. Sebab dia dah jadi open book. Jadi student kita, we do not want students can easily copying ataupun can easily discuss among themselves sampai dengan mudah-mudah lah. Itu yang kita we want to avoid. So that's why the EAC sebenarnya dalam dialog session baru-baru ni dia cakap academic security. So accreditation evaluator panels EAC, IPTK, MK, etc. are interested with the process of mechanism in ensuring the quality of our program. So ini yang dia nak tengok lah. Okay, what to evaluate or examine? Okay, apa yang kita nak tengok? Okay, apa yang kita nak tengok? Yes.
Okay, ada one question dalam chat ni. So saya akan bacakan. So this one is from Dr. Hamzah. Yes, Dr. Hamzah Ashrani. So we can develop, the question is that we can develop hot exam questions, tetapi bagaimana jika seorang student yang sedang ambil 6 subjects yang ada exam kena hadapi semasa 2 minggu tersebut? I think 2 minggu ni 2 minggu semasa exam week kot. Okay, if final assessment, 1 bercorak test dan 1 bercorak case study. I'm not sure about this. Maksudnya ada 6 test dan 6 case study. So soalan dia, readykah pelajar menghadapi jenis soalan tersebut lah. So I'm not tak berapa nak pasti soalan dia ni sebab what I understand is that final assessment ni is done before final exam week So mungkin kalau Dr. Hamzah boleh tanya directly pada PM Hidayat soalan dia.
Assalamualaikum, PM Hidayat.
Salam.
Okay, so soalan saya adalah lebih kepada di mana kalau contohnya student tu ada 6 subjek dia ambil exam ni dan dia pun akan menghadapi exam pada contohnya di FTMK nanti soalannya pada minggu 17-18 nanti. Okay, so kalau masa 2 minggu tu dia akan menghadapi contohnya FA sebanyak contohnya 6 subjek tu. So 6 subjek tu setiap satu tu ada kena ambil FA minimum mesti ada 2 assessment lah, which is 1 test, 1 lagi case study. Okay, so kalau kita tengok kalau kita tengok dia akan ambil total 12 ni lah 12 macam 12 exam lah kena macam 12 exam. So dia kena buat dalam masa 2 minggu dengan setiap soalan tu bertaraf macam hot tu lah kan. So macam mana dari segi tahap stresnya student tu, itu mungkin yang student yang pandai mungkin okey lah, mungkin yang macam average tu macam mana nak buat tu dan untuk dia nak kata mana dari segi soalan saya dari segi dia punya kesediaan pelajar tu boleh ke? Perlu ke semua soalan tu perlu hot ke ataupun macam mana?
Okay. Alright. Okay, terima kasih. Macam ni. Hamzah. Okay. Right. Untuk jawab soalan tu. Okay, sebenarnya sebab itulah saya kata tadi macam di FKE, okay, kita decide di FKE ESCO FKE decide untuk bagi minimum 30%. Right, minimum 30%. Sebab kita pun tak nak overload the student dengan soalan-soalan yang hot. Okay. Kemudian yang kedua, right, hot ni okay, saya bagi satu contoh lah. Okay, the subject that saya ajar, setiap semester saya ajar subjek tahun 4. Dan biasanya subjek saya memang kebiasaannya daripada nombor 1 sampai nombor 5 tu memang ada soalan hot. Memang setiap tu ada soalan hot. Okay, tetapi soalan hot tu dia sesuai untuk close book. Okay. Kemudian bila saya shift daripada close book tadi tu, saya shift kepada open book, saya tak tukar semua soalan saya. Saya tak tukar semua soalan saya tu, semua sekali tak tukar jadi yang new, saya tak tukar. Sebab student akan terkejut. Okay, jadi kita ambil dalam mungkin 2 soalan je yang kita ubah yang dan a portion of mark, certain marks je kita ubah yang macam kita rasa ini kalau student yang boleh jawab ni maknanya dia memang dia deserve lah untuk dapat A. Kalau student yang jawab yang soalan yang macam ni je, open book mungkin kalau dia ketika close book mungkin dia boleh dapat mungkin ada salah, tapi bila open book dia boleh tengok je daripada tutorial dia boleh kita just ubah value je. Yang itu kita maintain je soalan macam tu. Ini yang kita kena pandai-pandai lah macam mana kita nak ni. Dia tak boleh, jangan semua kita jadikan hot yang tak sesuai dengan open book. Macam tu lah maksudnya. Kalau soalan contohlah, kalau soalan tahun 1 for example kan, biasanya dia level up to C3 je. Alright. Janganlah sampai 80% semua kita jadikan dia C4, C5. There is a control mechanism macam mana nak control supaya numbers of student yang dapat A minus, B plus tu, itu je yang kita boleh agak lah. Sebab dia beza kadang-kadang kalau close book, kita bagi soalan yang sama dengan tutorial pun student belum tentu boleh jawab. Tapi bila open book, we expect student can answer the question from the tutorial. Sebab dia dah boleh tengok balik tutorial dia semasa dia jawab soalan tu. So that is the nature lah. Okay, itu kalau saya cakap, if you are talking about final exam. Kalau kita cakap tentang final assessment, saya rasa final assessment ni dia a bit tough sebenarnya pada saya. Sebab because we are giving student, biasa berapa jam Betul Hamzah?
Biasa kita 2 jam.
2 jam ataupun kalau yang case study tu kadang-kadang bagi masa dalam masa 1 hari atau 2 hari macam bercorak case study.
Okay, kalau case study biasa kalau student nak sampai baca case study lepas tu sampai ada 12 benda nak baca, saya rasa itu memang crampnya. Saya rasa ini kena ada perbincangan dalam fakulti lah di kalangan pensyarah-pensyarah yang mengajar tahun tersebut. Okey, ada subjek yang mungkin pergi ke final exam, ada yang subjek pergi ke final assessment sebab kalau kita cramkan student dalam tempoh 2 minggu semua final assessment, saya rasa final assessment tu dia sebab dia makan masa lagi banyak lah, effort dia lagi banyak kot daripada final exam. Betul ke?
Yang ni final assessment ni daripada FTK boleh saya Dr. Hamzah daripada FTK.
FTMK, saya daripada FTMK.
Saya daripada FTMK. Setahu saya yang final assessment yang last semester FTK. Banyak. FTKE dengan FTKMP. So saya tak pasti yang kali ni macam mana. So sebab tu kalau final assessment kita kena control jugalah. Dia tak boleh lah. Kalau if you want to make a final assessment, you kena control tengok macam mana student boleh cope with that. Sebab dah lah ada final assessment, lepas tu dia ada buat lagi test lagi dalam tempoh 2 minggu tu juga. So saya rasa student cram lah sebenarnya. Kena ni lah, balance. Susah nak cakap juga sebenarnya benda ni.
Mungkin kena ada guideline on the period when to do the final assessment, when to do the final exam.
Yes.
Maknanya period ni untuk final assessment dan period ni untuk final exam.
I would suggest benda ni kena ada agreement dalam fakulti lah sebenarnya. Kena ada agreement dalam fakulti. Dalam MAF ke bincang, mungkin exco ada proposal macam mana kan. Kemudian present dekat MAF, staff agree tak agree ke macam mana, terpulang lah macam tu. Kalau kita tak boleh, if the faculty do not control this situation, so dia tak sihat kepada student juga sebenarnya. Dalam kita nak jaga kualiti kita, tapi akhirnya sebenarnya memanglah kualiti soalan kita jaga, tapi kualiti student tu yang lepas tu tak terjaga lah, terabai. Boleh Betul Hamzah?
Okay, this is what Dr.
Boleh jelas. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Saya harap jawab soalan. Right. Okay, what to evaluate examine untuk masa vetting. First, kita tengok alignment with LO and PO. Alignment ni macam mana kita tengok tu macam mana? Okay, firstly we verify whether the questions really reflect the LO or PO. Kita kena verify dulu. Okay, kadang-kadang jangan ada lecturer yang macam yelah dia kadang-kadang dia terlepas pandang. Okay, dia sangkaan dia benda ni meet LO tertentu, tapi sebenarnya tiba-tiba dia termiss LO tu. Right, benda ni mungkin boleh berlaku lah, walaupun saya setakat ni tak pernah jumpa lagi lah, sebab LO ni dia straightforward lah sebenarnya. Right, kita verify. Kemudian yang kedua, soalan mesti cover LO. Okay, should cover all the questions, should cover the LO. Jangan ada LO yang terlepas. Yang tadi tu kita verify, maksudnya yang saya cakap yang mula-mula verify tadi, mungkin dia claim soalan dia LO1, tapi sebenarnya satu benda lain, tapi soalan dia benda lain. Ini kita kena jagalah. Ini kita kena control our lecturer. Alright, kemudian yang kedua, dia punya LO tu dia cover semua LO. Jangan ada LO yang terlepas. Melainkan kalau dia daripada awal dia kata okay, final exam we do not cover this LO. LO ni hanya cover dalam assignment je. Itu terpulang lah. Right? And then questions versus Bloom's taxonomy. So saya letak di sini dua lah. Right? First thing, verify the mapping, correct or false. Betul ke dia map kepada Bloom yang betul? In the last session, I did mention that we should look at the nature of the question, bukan the verb, okay, the Bloom's punya verb atau Bloom's punya wording, alright? Bloom's dia ada kata kalau untuk remember word dia apa, okay, verb dia apa, for the comprehension, what are the verbs? The lecturer simply change the verb. That does not reflect the nature of the questions. Sebenarnya the nature of the questions itu yang paling penting. Jadi the vetter, orang yang vet ni, evaluator ni, you must check, verify the mapping, it is correct or false. Okay. Somehow kadang-kadang dia grey. Dia grey itu kadang-kadang mungkin dia level C4 ataupun level C5 ataupun level C6 kat situ. Tak apalah, pada saya itu bukan kita boleh suggest, okay, tapi kalau lecturer tak agree ke tak apalah. Sebab as long as the question hot, okay tak apa. Tapi kalau dia memang jatuh bawah daripada yang tak sepatutnya, mungkin dia jatuh ke C1, C2, itu definitely kita kena check lah. Dan saya tak kata, I'm saying that you cannot, the lecturers cannot ask soalan yang level C1, C2 untuk open. Okay, tak kata macam tu. Mungkin sebab salah satu tips lah yang saya terjumpa dekat internet, apa tips yang paling simple sekali nak buat soalan open book ni adalah kita kurangkan markah untuk level C1, C2. Kurangkan markah. Maknanya kalau dulu markah dia 10, mungkin jadikan 5 ke. Sebab mungkin nature objek macam tu. Okay, sebab nature macam tu, kalau you terus je terus semua nak disuruh hot, saya rasa kesian lah kepada pelajar. Alright. And then check the suitability of difficulty level. Alright. Kita kena tengok whether these questions ni based on the blooms sesuai tak dengan open book ataupun closed book. Okay. Kalau for the closed book nature, soalan tu memang susah. Okay. Kalau student tak ada nota kat sebelah. Tapi bila open book, mungkin student boleh jadikan dia sebagai example. Right. Dia jadi soalan tu jadi senang lah. Okay. Tapi kita tak boleh lah maintain je the same question untuk 4 atau 5 soalan seperti yang kita buat semester-semester lepas. Sebab kita kena ada ubah sikit soalan tu supaya kita kena control student punya marks tu lah. Okay, kita tak nak lah dia ada beramai-ramai skor ke dan sebagainya lah. Sebab ini nanti, sebab dalam dialog dengan EAC tempoh hari, memang EAC pun ada mention, ada highlight berkenaan dengan ni, apa perbezaan markah sebelum dan selepas. Sebelum COVID dan result exam ketika COVID, yang COVID hari tu. Okay, so we must take this one is a serious matter lah. Right. Okay, kalau apa yang dah berlaku tu kita biarkan, kita move on. We do the CQI. Right? Okay, and then suitable tak? Okay, the difficulty of the question tu subject for which year? Dia suitable tak dengan subject tahun 1, tahun 2, tahun 3, tahun 4? Then distribution of marks, whether this reflects the effort steps, and then suitability of marks distribution against blooms or difficulty level. So kita kena sesuaikan lah. Kalau kita tengok soalan tu, okay, katakanlah nak buat step tu pendek je. Alright? Tapi student nak start tu, dia kena fikir dulu. So markah kena sesuai lah. Markah dia kena bersesuaian dengan difficulty sebelum dia boleh start tulis jawapan tu. Okay? Sebab kita kena ambil effort pelajar untuk fikir. Right? The suitability of marks distribution in the answer scheme. Ini satu lagi lah. So kita kena tengok, janganlah student jawab panjang-panjang hanya satu je kan. So ini pun kita kena tengok juga. We must look at this. And then allocation of time reflects the efforts and steps as well. Sama juga pada saya lah. Ini saya punya, this is my opinion. And suitability of the allocated time against blooms or difficulty levels, and then suitability of the allocated time based on the steps or lengthiness of the answers. Okay, kalau panjang sangat, agak-agak lah. Right? And then the fifth point ialah grammar. Okay, kita kena tengok grammar English and Malay. Okay, bukan kita hanya tengok yang first 4 ni tadi saja, yang saya the one that I have highlighted. We must also look at in terms of the grammar, the sentence structure, okay ke tak, student boleh faham ke tak, kan? Okay. Malay, tata bahasa dalam bahasa Melayu pun kita kena semak. So grammar ni kenapa? Satu, kalau kita tak nak lah nanti kalau let's say for example setakat ni saya tak pernah dengar KL lah. Manalah tahu kalau ada student foreigner yang English dia power kan. Sekali bila dia tengok ini grammar sangat. So ini kita kena jaga. We must maintain this quality. Ini macam dia punya bila kita baca, kita tengok tu sebelum kita go into depth lah dari segi dia punya technical of the question. So ini benda yang macam first lah. Right? Sebenarnya pada saya lah. Dia macam dia punya pakaian dia lah. Kita tengok grammar cantik tak cantik kan. Okay. Correct translation between English and Malay. Right? The translation must kena sama. Mesti tally. Tak boleh lah English dia cakap benda lain, Malay cakap benda lain. So ini pun the evaluator kena check. Okay. And then terminology. Ini pun satu benda yang perlu dititik beratkan lah. Mesti must be the concern of an evaluator. Dia kena tengok terminologi tu sesuai tak sesuai. So saya selalunya normally saya akan refer DBP online lah dalam Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka yang online tu. Itu kebiasaannya saya akan refer yang itu. Alright. Contoh macam ialah impedance kan. Kalau dalam engineering ada impedance, reactance, right? So kalau itu bahasa Melayu dia galangan. Okay, kalau kapasitor ada yang dimelayukan kapasitor ataupun pemuat, tak kisahlah. Right, as long as benda tu ada dekat DBP, jangan kadang-kadang kadang-kadang evaluator ni kadang-kadang bila dia evaluate, dia tengok dia tak biasa guna term tu, dia terus pangkah. Kita kena respect, kita kena tengok, cuba refer dulu dekat DBP ni, betul ke term ni ada? Macam tu. Janganlah awal-awal kita rasa benda ni tak pernah dengar pun. Kita kena tengok dulu. Kalau ada. Kalau tak ada, mungkin. Dekat situ kita boleh komen lah. Right? And other technical dictionaries related to that matter. Okay. And then number 8, tables and figures. Ini of course, the tables and figures must be clear and properly labeled and captioned. Okay. And spelling, check spelling. Jangan nampak betul kita biarkan. Okay. Format ni pun dia sedap mata memandang. Kalau format lari je, mata tak sedap kan. Mata kita, kalau saya tengok mata, kalau format tu macam apa, mata saya sakit lah. Okay. Depends sama ada yang format ni dia determine dia punya kekemasan lah. Okay. Dia follow the format set by the faculty or not, itu cerita lain. Tapi for me, kalau cara penulisan dia tu kemas, cantik, so kita tak sakit mata kita baca, so okay lah. Right? And then others that may be necessary. Ini mungkin you all boleh tambah. Right? Okay, so untuk yang session yang what to do ni, ini kira saya dah selesai lah untuk yang ini. Okay, jadi mungkin kita boleh open kepada paper, kalau sesiapa yang ada soalan ke ataupun nak share contoh-contoh soalan. Right?
Hidayat.
Ya.
Ada soalan yang di-share. Okay, ini daripada TS Hidayah Rahmalan. Okay, soalan dia, boleh tak kalau second year student yang turut ada pelajar direct entry, soalan dia kita sediakan MCQ for final exam dan cover C1 to C3, and then dia akan cover LO1 and LOT lah, LO3 contoh dia, then using parts level. So mungkin Dr. Hidayat boleh baca jugalah di chat tu panjang ni soalan dia.
Yeah.
So mana dia tengok lab test
boleh.
Yang
Boleh tak kalau second year students yang turut ada student direct entry, soalan kita sediakan MCQ for final exam covering misalnya. Boleh?
Yes,
boleh je pada saya.
Boleh.
Pada saya boleh je.
Yang ini telah dibincangkan hari Jumaat lepas kan, berkenaan dengan level yang kita boleh setkan untuk MCQ dengan cara untuk C1 hingga C3 question lah. Okay, so boleh lah jawapannya So yang ni ada soalan lagi daripada Kiai, Encik Kiai. Saya cadangkan
Okay.
Format dan soalan sekarang ditambah baik supaya terjemahan soalan bahasa Inggeris berada di bawah bahasa Melayu. So memudahkan semakan dan merasi. So means that lebih kurang sama macam format online exam sekarang ni lah kan. Kita kena letak bahasa Inggeris di bawah bahasa Melayu. So saya rasa tak ada masalah kot. Kita boleh sebab later on semua pencara kena upload juga di ULearn, betul? So I think for now cumanya yang ini di peringkat fakulti lah. Saya rasa dia mohon untuk format kertas soalan ditambah baik lah.
Okay, sebenarnya okay, saya rasa yang isu yang format ni dibincangkan di peringkat yang lebih atas sebenarnya. Senat ke mana? Saya tak masuk senat, tapi ini yang saya dengar lah daripada yang semester lepas. Sebenarnya ada cadangan. Mula-mula memang nak letak di bawah tu, tapi saya tak tahu somehow dia jadi semula ke seperti yang asal. Jadi mungkin perkara ni boleh bawa semula lagi lah oleh dekan-dekan lah pada saya. Kan? Ini saya punya cadangan. Saya rasa kalau dekan ada dekan-dekan yang ada dekat sini, mungkin diharap dekan boleh, para dekan boleh iskan perkara ni. Benda ni telah dibincangkan selepas, tak silap saya. Saya kalau tak silap lah.
Ada lagi soalan daripada peserta ataupun boleh directly PM Hidayat boleh terus continue dengan session.
Okay. Ada yang nak share soalan ke? Kalau tak ada, saya kena share soalan lah. Saya mengharapkan ada yang share tapi saya prepare kak. Yelah kot takut ada yang tak share.
Dr. Hidayat share juga soalan, nanti diorang akan peserta akan share.
Okay. Right, saya share dulu soalan. Satu soalan. Soalan ni adalah ini tahun 2016. Bila kita bercakap tentang when we said 2016, COVID tak wujud lagi masa ni. Kalau kita COVID tak wujud lagi. Jadi regardless pasal yang berkaitan dengan English translation tadi, okay, mungkin kita boleh go through terus kepada terus ke soalan. Okay, level of the question. Kita terus sebab sesi petang ni dia lebih kepada vetting untuk hot kan, hot ataupun open ended. Right, kalau kita tengok soalan yang ini part A, kita tengok yang ni. Subjek ni adalah subjek electrical technology. Subjek ni dah tak ada dah dekat FKEE dah. Dah lama dah subjek ni. Ni masa saya ajar ni pun saya rasa last sebab ada student yang dia fail ke apa lah masa tu. Right, a circuit consists of a motor as load connected to 50 Hz power supply through a line given the voltage drop across the impedance is 30, dia punya angle dia 23.13. Sinusoidal waveforms for the supply voltage and current across the motor are as the following. Dekat sini lah ini. Right? By using V supply as reference, okay, determine the peak value for V supply and I motor, 2 markah. The expression supply voltage and current across the load, 2 markah. 3 markah. RMS value 4 marks. Okay, different 2 marks. So ini adalah
minta bantu tolong zoom soalan, tak nampak, too small.
Oh sorry. Okay.
Boleh view one page ke?
Okay.
Yes. Besar sikit.
Nampak
Alright, okay.
Alright, okay. So kalau tengok soalan ni, ini soalan biasa sebelum COVID. Okay. Kalau komen dekat sini memang soalan-soalan ni sebenarnya tak hot lah sebenarnya. Right? Soalan ni dia, pada saya dia adalah level C3 tapi dia level yang rendah lah. Okay. Dia level rendah. Sebab dia sebenarnya apa nama? Kita tanya, kita guided. Kita soalan tu kita guide, kita tanya student satu-satu. Peak value tu apa? expression of supply voltage tu berapa. Okay, kita tanya satu. So, in order for us to change, okay, untuk kita suggest, kalau kita dapat soalan macam ni, yes, okay, kalau kita dapat soalan macam ni, we are about to evaluate this question, kita kena, komen kita adalah, soalan ni tak meet lah, dia tak meet level. Kita kena check dulu dia claim apa. First kali kalau kita follow balik yang saya dah mention tadi, claim apa? Apa yang kita claim soalan ni? Soalan ni kita nak claim kalau the lecturers claim this question level C4 ke untuk analysis ke apa, so definitely dia tak meet lah level tu. So kita kena suggest, kita cakap question ni sekian. Alright, dia level C3 rendah. So kita boleh suggest dia, kita boleh cadang pada dia untuk dia A sampai D ni jadikan satu question ke. Alright. Ataupun kita terus minta dia soalan E ke terus ke. Right. So itu vetting lah yang kita boleh buat lah, komen yang kita boleh bagi. Right. So ini contoh-contoh soalan yang kita boleh kata dia tak meet untuk open exam punya online exam. Kemudian tengok soalan nombor 2. Soalan nombor 2 dia question tu tapi bahasa Melayu. Lepas tu bahasa Inggeris. Lepas tu markah dia pun sikit-sikit, 6, 2, 1, 2, 2. Dekat sini je dia punya English ke BM dia pun dah tak betul. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Mungkin benda ni berlaku disebabkan disebabkan kita punya English version dengan Malay version tu kita asingkan. Jadi seperti cadangan yang Cik Kiai tadilah, Kiai cadangkan tadi, kalau kita buat atas bawah, kita italikkan, so nampak kita mungkin tak tertinggal lah dan is easier for a moderator untuk dia moderate soalan. Okay, macam ni dia dah clear dah. So, dia sepatutnya bahasa English punya version kat sini tapi tiba-tiba dah ini case terlupa nak translate lah. Okay, saya pula yang ajar masa tu. Okay, terlupa nak translate. Alright, kita dah copy paste lepas tu kita terlupa nak translate. Alright, kemudian soalan pun nampak, jawapan dia pun 2, 1, 1, 2 kan. Okay, so dia nampak senang lah, mudah. Okay, benda ni nampak mudah dan macam mana kita nak ubah, kita ubah dia menjadi ni lah. Alright, so kemudian soalan ni saya bagi 1 markah je. Okay, saya pun dah tak ingat dah saya bagi macam mana. Okay, tapi jawapan dia simple. Jawapan dia senang je sebenarnya. Okay, dia kata a food manufacturing factory has a single phase induction motor which takes 50 ampere at a power factor of 0.6 lagging from a 240 volt 50 Hz supply. As an electrical engineer at a consultation firm, you are hired by the factory to rise up the overall power factor to 0.9 lagging. As an engineer, how are you going to fix the problem? Explain briefly. Nampak? Ini masa awal-awal tu kan. So, jawapan dia sebenarnya kita letak kapasitor. Tu je jawapan dia. Okay? Kita letak kapasitor. Tapi, sebenarnya, kalau kita nak jadikan hot, soalan nombor 1 dengan nombor 3, 2 dengan 3 ni kita boleh combine. Alright? Sebab ini kita suggest kita pakai kapasitor. Kemudian yang nombor 2, dia kena compute apparent power. Nak kira kapasitor yang diperlukan tu, kita kena kira lah power ni. Okay, sebelum dan selepas power factor correction. Lepas tu, selepas calculate tu, kita propose kapasitor tu, kapasitor apalah, berapa value dia. Jadi sebenarnya soalan nombor 1, 2, 3 ni, pecahan ni, kita boleh combine in a way that kita terus tanya macam mana buktikan, katakan buktikan bagaimana power factor can be increased to 0.9 lagging. Bila buktikan, sebenarnya student must know the knowledge of the way of increase the capacitor, the power factor is by using capacitor. Kemudian dia kena tahu step-step ni terus. So kita combine this question, kita minta student buktikan yang power factor kita boleh increase ke 0.9. So student kena buktikan lah. Right? So ini satu contoh lah. Maknanya ini ni kaedah vetting yang kita boleh ni lah. Ini okay, ini yang enough lah mungkin untuk yang subjek saya. Ini pun sama, ini pun banyak. Okay, dulu soalan memang kita tanya macam ni je. So bila COVID kita dah tak boleh dah tanya macam ni dah. Banyak-banyak. Okay, kita kena tukar. Jadi as an evaluator, you kena check the level macam based on this one. Alright. Saya bawakan soalan daripada FTMK. Harap ada orang FTMK boleh bantu saya lah. Right? Kat sini ni adalah soalan yang di-share oleh Dr. Sazalin Shah. Okay. FTMK Sample Questions Compilation. Ini daripada Diploma Studies. Right. So, boleh ke? Siapa yang kita bincang ni macam mana? Soalan dia kata ini explain the information system and system development methodology. Apa ni? Bloom's taxonomy level in JPU C3.
Dr. Sazalin Shah.
Ada ke?
Boleh saya minta Dr. Sazalin Shah bantu untuk sharing on this.
Oh, zoom in. Okay, sorry. Azliano saya zoom. Okay.
Yes. Zoom sikit.
Alright. Okay, nampak ke?
Hello. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
So minta speaker lah, PM Hamzah, PM Hidayat ni ulas. Tapi saya bagi tu soalan, sampel soalan sekali dengan metadata dia lah. Sebab maksudnya macam yang PM Hidayat ada sebut tadi lah. Untuk memahamkan soalan, sebenarnya kita kena tahulah CLO dia, dia punya bloom dia, markahnya, lepas tu skema lah sebenarnya. Tapi skema saya tak share lah kat sini. Dan berapa persen. So dekat atas tu adalah CLO, bloom, taxonomy dan sebagainya. Yang ini adalah contoh soalan yang database kot saya rasa sistem analisis. Yang mana multiple choice question yang saya rasa sesuai lah untuk diulas. Mungkin PM Hidayat dulu ulas kot.
Okay, alright. Okay, saya nak tahu yang tu ya, individual test 10% tu apa? Dia semua sekali keseluruhan semua sekali dia totalkan
dia sebab yang tu sampel soalan tu dia by jabatan, so semuanya tak ada kaitan lah yang satu muka surat tu satu je. Maksudnya ini adalah satu je soalan daripada
ini satu soalan, alright.
Satu je soalan daripada individual test yang jumlahnya akan jadi 10%. Kalau tak ini markah total 20 markah keseluruhan akan jadi 10% sebab kita pecahkan daripada 30 final exam. Jadi test 10%, maybe case study 20%, macam tu lah.
Okay, so ni ambil random satu soalan lah.
Yes.
Okay, right. Kalau tengok kat sini, dia punya course learning outcome dia explain the information systems and system development methodology. So dia set ini level C3. Explain Alright, PLO 1. Right, Bloom taxonomy level is C3. Okay, so the nature of explain ni dia explain by comprehension ke dia explain dengan dia apply? Betul Syah?
So, yang saya faham dia boleh apply lah.
Dia boleh apply lah yang ni kan. Sebab kalau dia just macam explain je information system tu, CLO tu explain je, dia dah nampak dia sebenarnya dia macam level C2 lah sebenarnya. Tapi kalau dia apply dan dia explain apa yang dia apply tu, maknanya dia boleh ke atas lah. Okay, kemudian choose the correct statement for figure 9. A room must be one of these groups at the same time Saya tak tahu ni benda apa ni. Sekejap At the same time, a room may belong to 2 or more of these groups. A room must be one of these groups. However, a room that is one of these groups cannot at the same time be one ish. Okay, ini sebenarnya
yang konten tak apalah. Dia punya technical content tu don't worry. Cuma dari segi soalan tu dirumuskan untuk bentuk MCQ. What do you think?
Alright, okay. First kali bila kita structure the question, kita janganlah macam saya tak pasti sama ada yang contoh macam ayat ni however a room that is one of these groups cannot at the same time be one of the other groups. Okay, ni saya nampak tadi saya baca tu macam ayat tu macam kita bukan purposely untuk mengelirukan ayat dari segi struktur ayat. Okay, kita hanya bagi senario. Ataupun macam ni there are rooms other than meeting, lecture and computer lab that are of interest. Saya rasa okey lah soalan ni memang meet lah. Dia memang meet the Bloom taxonomy yang C3 yang aras atas tu. Ini saya punya pendapat lah. Okay. Sebab dia kena faham kan benda ni kan?
Betul. Saya pun setuju. Saya pun setuju. That's why saya select soalan ni. Sebab saya rasa memang dia nampaklah dia punya apply tu because without knowing technicality tu student dia tak boleh nak choose. Cuma yang point PM Hidayat sebut tadi tu kita bukan nak mengelirukan student. Tu saya rasa penting lah. Sebab yang saya faham kalau multiple choice question mula-mula kita buat dulu ayat jawapan dia. Lepas tu baru kita fikirkan dia punya distractor. Dia panggil distractor kan. So jawapan yang salah tu distractor. So distractor tu yang nak buat tu susah sikit. Kalau contoh yang ni mungkin nampak sangat macam bukan jawapan. Sebab dia nampak sangat pendek. Contohlah.
Okay, jawapan dia mana?
Jawapan dia yang bawah sekali.
Jawapan dia bawah sekali Okay. Alright. So maknanya student betul lah. Maknanya bila kita buat jawapan sebenarnya kita betul lah kita nak kelirukan pelajar dari segi jawapan yang kita berikan tapi bukan kita kelirukan dari segi struktur ayat. Kita kelirukan dari segi point yang kita bagi tu. Maknanya students punya understanding tentang knowledge tu bukannya dari segi ayat kita restructure, rephrase sampai student pun pening baca tak faham. Dia bukan macam tu lah. Itu saya punya Okay, so jawapan dia D. Right. Saya rasa ni okay soalan ni.
Satu lagi PM Hidayat yang saya sama juga dengan soalan yang seterusnya.
Wow, okay.
Yang saya ada belajar dululah masa awal-awal dulu KTKM. Kalau soalan kita buat kalau ada macam dipanggil stamp kita bagi dulu gambar rajah tu diberikan figure 9 berkenaan dengan bla 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 bla. Lepas tu kita letak figure tu, lepas tu baru soalan tu kat bawah. Sebab flow student baca tu cantik lah. Kalau kita bagi soalan tu kat atas, lepas tu figure tu kat bawah, lepas tu tiba-tiba choice dia kat bawah. So flow baca tu macam tak sedap lah. Yang tu saya belajar dulu lah.
Okay. Oh, saya pun kadang-kadang saya buat problem atas dulu.
Ya. Sebab senang kan. Tapi apa yang saya tahu kita buat macam tu lah. Kalau tengok soalan SPM apa semua kan. Semua dia buat macam tu. Dia bagi stamp tu dulu. Baru figure, lepas tu baru soalannya.
Oh, dia macam tu Okay, good info kat ni. Sebab selalu pun saya buat pun kita buat problem, lepas tu benda ni is shown in figure berapa macam tu kan. Okay. Right. Okay, boleh jugalah saya rasa benda tu boleh juga diambil sebagai tips lah untuk kita mengurangkan kekeliruan pelajar. Lebih-lebih lagi dalam keadaan yang open macam ni kan. Sebab kita nak biar student tengok soalan tu dia instead of dia trying to, macam nak crack the head, nak faham yang kita tulis tu tak satu hal. Lepas tu belum lagi dia gather the info, dia summarize the info, dia blend semua kan. So tu dia ambil masa. So bagus jugalah. Sama macam jadi macam soalan yang ini pun saya rasa pun memenuhi lah predict the output of the following program, consider the following recursive function, what is the value. So ini sebenarnya first kali saya nak tanyalah benda ni, kaedah programming ni adakah biasa digunakan ke tidak? Macam tu.
Biasa ni, biasa.
Okay, bila dia biasa, yalah dia pakai int tu integer kan? Integer fun, kemudian if x sama return, lepas tu dia fun x minus 1. So kalau dia biasa, kalau dia macam biasalah, dia straightforward, so dia mungkin sebenarnya C3 yang straightforward sebenarnya. Kaedah dia macam mana? Macam mana student nak tahu ni? Ini 4 value, jawapan dia apa?
Kalau tak silap saya B atau D, saya pun tak berapa ingat. Tapi
return
dia
y,
mesti
return
faham
nilai y kan?
Dia mesti faham recursive function punya konsep, baru dia boleh applykan yang parameter 4 dengan 3 ke dalam code snippet tu. Lepas tu baru dia boleh tahu y tu nilai apa. So dia memang, saya rasa memang dia apply level lah, C3.
Okay, dia bukan macam x tolak 1 sama dengan 4. So 4 campur 1, 5, x 5, lepas tu x tambah y sama dengan 3, bukanlah, dia tak dapat lah, itu jadi negatif 2 kan. Oh, dia lain lah.
Tak dapat.
Right.
Dia recursive lah.
Okay.
Dia memang kena buat step recursive tu.
Okay.
So saya rasa cuma dari segi pembentukan soalan tu je, sebab kalau tengok betul-betul soalan ditanya sebanyak 2 kali. Predict the output of flowing program. Tu dia dah tanya. Lepas tu dia tanya lagi, what is the value of fun? So by right benda tu disekalikan lah kot, saya rasa.
Dia benda yang sama benda yang sama.
Patutnya dia boleh jadi satu ayat je tu.
Okay, so predict the output of the following program if fun 4, 3 macam tu lah kan.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Betul.
Dan masa dia pensyarah ni buat, masa tu sebab dia total kalau tak silap 17 soalan, tapi dia nak jadikan 15%. So 17 soalan tu. So setiap satu soalan tu bukan satu markah tau. So ada soalan yang 2 markah, contohnya soalan ni 2 markah. Tapi pada saya sebab dia cari jawapannya ada 1, patutnya 1 markah lah. Sebab ni MCQ.
Oh, okay.
Itu je lah yang saya rasa. Tapi masa tu sebab tak strict sangat lagi kan.
Yelah. Tapi dia boleh bergantung juga kepada kesusahan soalan lah. Sebenarnya dia tak semestinya macam kita follow sekolah kan. Satu soalan, 1 markah ke 1.5 ke. Maknanya kalau soalan objektif, walaupun dia objektif tapi untuk selesaikan soalan objektif tu dia panjang. So dia boleh lah tingkat, dia boleh naikkan markah dia, tak ada masalah. Itu sebab itu academic wisdom. So terpulang dekat kita nak buat macam mana lah.
Okay.
Okay, kemudian saya tu lah. Salam.
Okay, Suaizan.
Ya, Suaizan.
Nak tanya pasal pemakahan tadi yang Syah kata, satu value lebih baik 1 markah. Tapi kalau soalan tu effort dia lebih untuk walaupun dapat satu jawapan, tak boleh ke bagi lebih per 1 markah, atau mesti 1 markah sebab 1 jawapan, tapi walaupun effort tu lebih untuk dapatkan 1 jawapan.
Boleh. Itu yang saya mention tadi. Suaizan, dengar ke?
Ya, saya dengar.
Itu yang saya mention tadi, yang saya highlight tadi, saya kata kadang-kadang ada setengah-setengah jawapan tu, kaedah dia cara nak dapat jawapan yang bawah, yang A, B, C, D tu, kadang-kadang calculation dia panjang. Jadi bila calculation dia panjang, kita bolehlah naikkan markah dia. Tetapi kita kena consider juga, janganlah satu soalan tu sampai 5 markah, nanti student akan hilang terus 5 tu. Okay. Melainkan kita walaupun dia soalan objektif tapi kita kata okey, tunjukkan segala jalan kerja. Mungkin dekat situ ada markah kat jalan kerja ke, saya tak sure lah. Kan, itu terpulang masing-masing. Okey, masing-masing punya cara.
Baik, faham. Terima kasih.
Right. Sama-sama.
PM Hidayat, kejap saya nak ada soalan ni di chat So daripada Dr. Wahida. So dia nak bertanya, boleh ke soalan diajukan menggunakan what bukan perlu guna verb dalam Bloom taxonomy? So mungkin Hidayat boleh explain sedikit.
Okay, alright. Okay, seperti yang saya dah nyatakan, saya pernah nyatakan dalam sesi lepas pun sama saya ada mention. Yang penting adalah dia punya nature soalan. Nature soalan tu lebih penting. Saya tak kata verb tu tak penting. Verb tu penting supaya student boleh faham apa yang kita nak. Tetapi nature of the question is more important sebab first kali kita tak nak tanya soalan evaluate tapi sebenarnya soalan tu tak evaluate pun. Okay, soalan tu tak evaluate. Jadi dia misleading lah. Alright, kalau kita tanya what ni dia boleh jadi banyak. Contoh, kalau soalan tu tanya what would you expect from the experiment. So sebenarnya soalan tu dia boleh jadi macam open-ended punya question. So ataupun dia boleh jadi close-ended juga kalau dia ada calculation lah. Jadi apa jangkaan kita tu sebenarnya, soalan tu apakah jangkaan kita. Jadi dia boleh merujuk kepada, yang lebih penting adalah nature of the question lah. Soalan tu boleh merujuk kepada analisis dan dia boleh jatuh kepada evaluation. Kalau student analyse je, so dia just analyse lah. Itu je lah yang dia jangka kan. Untuk dia dapatkan jawapan tu. Kalau dia tanya what is your opinion? So pun dia akan jadi open-ended juga. Dia kena analyse juga. So sebenarnya seperti yang saya mention tadi, sebenarnya yang lebih penting adalah nature of the question. Verb tu hanya membantu. Dia membantu kita. Dan dia membantu pelajar untuk fahamlah kehendak soalan. Boleh ke saya jawab soalan? Saya harap saya menjawab soalan lah. Okay, kita jangan terikat dengan verb tau sebenarnya. Kalau dulu-dulu kita biasa terikat dengan verb. Nanti bila kita declare soalan evaluate je, nanti vector moderator dia terus tulis, oh ni soalan evaluation, kena guna verb evaluation. No. Ini pendapat saya tak semestinya. Okay. Kalau kita tanya soalan yang berbentuk analisis, nanti evaluator pun akan tulis, okay, ni soalan analisis, ni soalan ni, so mesti guna verb ni. Dia tak semestinya sebenarnya. In fact, saya rasa EAC pun EAC memang dah ke arah ni lah. EAC dia tak ke arah verb yang daripada Bloom's tu. Verb tu lebih kepada membantu kita untuk kita create soalan ataupun untuk kita bantu student untuk memahami soalan. Okay. Tapi kalau kita dapat create soalan berdasarkan verb yang sesuai, lagi cantik lah. Tapi yang paling penting adalah dia punya nature soalan. Saya tengok ada soalan ni. Ya.
Saya setuju yang part tu nature soalan tu sebab ada contoh soalan ni pun ada sebenarnya. Soalan yang B tu, state the result tu kan. Saya juga speaker MKA pun, saya pergi kursus pun dia pun kata verb tu as a guide tapi jangan berhukum dengan verb tu. Kita kena tengok nature soalan tu. Bila tengok soalan kena tengok JPU, kena tengok skema jawapan, kalau FTMK kena tengok teaching plan juga. Baru you boleh faham soalan. Sebab you tak boleh kata jangan pakai verb ni. So sebab kena faham soalan dululah. Contoh kat sini PM Hidayat dekat B tu dia kata state the result. Kalau dia ikut belum punya hukum, state tu C1 kan. Dia macam list just remembering lah. Tapi kalau tengok nature soalan ni, dia kena faham dulu apa Q tu. Kena buat yang dia faham lah konsep Q tu. Dia boleh apply Caesar cipher tu. dan baru dia boleh state the result of your output. So dia pun claim ini C3 apply dan saya pun setuju, walaupun dekat B tu dia kata state, verb dia adalah state. Tapi nature soalan dia state tu is apply. Itu menjawab Dr. Wahidah tadilah, yang tanya tadi pasal apa verb belum tu.
Okay. Dr. Shah, saya nak tanya soalan yang ni, yang A ni, dia bukan design punya level yang write the code snippet for main ni, dia bukan design then insert the decoded message.
Yang saya pun ada ni juga, sebab kalau ikut ni dia boleh level create ni, sebab dia kena create bukan code snippet sebenarnya, write the full program for main. Kalau tengok skema jawapan dia pun memang taklah panjang sangat, tapi full program lah. So sebenarnya boleh level create ni, sebab dia create the main program.
Problem yang dia bagi ni bukan problem yang biasa, yang biasa kan. Macam tu. Itu pun kita kena tengok lah. Maknanya encrypt, dia kata let's use Q to encode and decode the encrypt message. So encrypt message ni ini. So encrypt message ni memang bukan benda
yang Caesar cipher ni memang biasalah dalam algoritma, subjek algoritma ada ni Caesar cipher, dan dia menggunakan data structure Q, yang NQ DQ tu lah. So memang common ni. Cuma itulah level, bila PM Hidayat sebut level tu tadi, A tu saya agree lah, mungkin sampai ke level create ni, sebab dia kena boleh buat function main tu untuk ni, walaupun tak panjang sebenarnya jawapan kalau tengok skema dia. Okay,
right. Terima kasih. Okay, saya bila Dr. Shah mention pasal state tadi, saya teringat last week ada doktor siapa yang tanya saya daripada USM tu, Dr. Rodiah. Dia tanya, okay, masa tu soalan tu saya rasa saya tak jawab dengan baik lah masa tu. She highlighted that, dia tanya soalan tu, dia kata bila dia buat soalan define, kemudian ada evaluator yang kata soalan dia tu level rendah. Okay, tapi lepas lepas tu saya terfikirlah, sebenarnya soalan dan dia kata sebenarnya soalan dia level tinggi. Okay, mungkin pada pendapat saya soalan dia level tinggi kenapa? Dia bagi satu keadaan, ada beberapa keadaan. Dia kata A adalah benda macam ni. Lepas tu A ni juga adalah sekian-sekian. A juga adalah sekian-sekian, C sekian-sekian lah. Dia ada bagi beberapa statement. Kemudian dia kata define A. So maknanya student untuk jawab soalan tu, student kena faham setiap statement tu sebelum dia boleh define what is A. Jadi itu tak semestinya soalan knowledge lah. Okay, so mungkin benda tu dia dalam subjek linguistik, mungkin dia ada nature dia macam tu, right? Ini saya punya opinion lah, right? Bila saya fikir balik soalan tu, mungkin last week tu saya bagi contoh lain macam tak kena lah. So bila saya balik tu, sebenarnya saya agree dengan dia, cuma saya tak dapat contoh dia masa tu. So lepas tu saya terfikir mungkin dia bagi beberapa fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, define what is this. So in my opinion, pada pendapat saya itu sebenarnya soalan tu jatuh level tinggi lah. Mungkin dia kena analyse ke ataupun dia kena evaluate ke, kita tak pasti. Okay, tapi kita tak perlu nak bertekak sangat level C4, C5, C6. Mungkin ada disagreement, agreement ke apa-apa, tapi kita boleh dekat sini kita boleh leeway sikit lah dekat situ. So as long as meet the purpose of C4 hot level tu, kita okay lah. Okay, right? Okay.
Assalamualaikum, PM Hidayat.
Assalamualaikum. Ya.
Saya Intan daripada FTMK. Okay, just now you are discussing about the topic for the question for data structure and algorithm. That was actually our final exam question for last semester. This question is actually for year 1, semester 2. Okay. So actually the problem regarding the Caesar cipher is like a problem solving, and then usually in programming language subject we have the term like write the code snippet for the main function, something like that. It's going to be almost if structure question, almost all that. So just now when Dr. Shah says that it's level create, I think create is upper level, right? Not C3.
C6.
Is it true?
C6.
Yes. So but then how are we going to cater this? Because in programming language, year 1 sem 1, year 1 sem 2, year 2 sem 1 also, I think they will use this term, write the code snippet for main function, something like that. There will be like code snippets with below than 10 lines. There will be like code snippets more than 10 lines for assignments or for exams. It's just that if the code is actually create up until C6 level, so it's not suitable for year 1 student.
Okay.
Right.
Sebab tu that's why sebab tu saya tanya tadi. Saya sebenarnya saya tanya untuk subjek macam ni, adakah benda ni dia satu benda yang common dan okey, kalau macam yang Dr. Shah mention tadi, Dr. Shah mention dia punya coding pun dia pendek. Okey. Coding dia pendek. So coding pendek tu adakah dia sampai susah sangat student nak buat? Ataupun dia just macam student just lebih kepada apply je apa knowledge tu dan dia tak sesusah manalah. So itu yang kita kena, that's why saya kata subject matter expert dia lebih faham the nature of the subject lah.
So bukan sebab term keyword write tu kan yang dia jadinya create tu kan? Bukan kan? Okey. Sebab yang ini memang sebenarnya coding yang student kena buat tu, dia memang dah belajar konsep queue tu, and the queue itself tu macam functions yang kita berikan NQ, DQ semua tu, dia dah ada codingnya. Dia tinggal guna je. Yang dia kena buat main function tu adalah dia kena faham macam mana nak buat coding lah. Macam mana untuk panggil those functions so that dia boleh masukkan ke dalam queue and then keluarkan balik daripada queue untuk dapatkan decrypt message tu lah tadi. Jadi sebenarnya macam saya just nak tahu, kalau memang kita dah tentukan write the code snippets to level dia coding tu tak susah, maksudnya dia memang boleh dekat level C3 kan, dia tak semestinya level C6 kan, macam tu. Dia ikut level jawapan dan juga soalan tu je lah kan, macam tu. Sebab kita orang yang ajar programming ni memang keyword dia memang write the code.
Ya betul.
Ni PM Hidayat Dr. Intan tadi pun saya sebut memang tak ada masalah dia C3 tu, cuma saya kata dia boleh jadi up to create.
Dia boleh okey. Dia boleh jadi C6 okey.
Dan tadi dalam chatbox pun Dr. Razi TS Razi ada sebut code snippet tu. The word code snippet tu sebenarnya pendek tau. Tapi mungkin dia tak tengok skema jawapan. Saya tengok skema jawapan dan memang full program untuk main. So itu yang saya sebut tadi, patut guna code snippet. Patutnya guna write the full program for main. Itu je beza dia.
Okey.
Kalau kita code snippet tu dia code yang tidak lengkap. Tapi kalau tengok skema jawapan, code dia memang lengkap dan markah tu pun diberi ikut full program.
Full main program. Okey.
Kan, Dr. Intan tahu skema.
Ya, saya tahu skema dia.
PM Hidayat saya tunjuk ni sebab yang pasal soalan B tu state the result tu, saya rasa soalan ni bagus dan menunjukkan yang B tu verb tu lah, kita tak terikat dengan verb sebenarnya.
Okey. Alright.
Okey, tak apa. Maksudnya kalau kadar kesusahan tu baru dia jadi C6 lah maksudnya kadar kesukaran soalan tu baru dia jadi C6.
Kadar kesukaran. Alright, benda ni very subjektif sebenarnya. Benda ni kalau kita debate pun kadang kalau kita debate. Sebab tu saya sebenarnya bila saya diminta conduct yang ini, sebenarnya saya pun risau juga sebenarnya. Risau, segan pun ada kan.
Yelah, kita
Ada.
takut kita bagi soalan susah sangat dekat student ke kan? Macam itu. Betul. Okey, tak apa. Terima kasih PM Hidayat. Terima kasih Dr.
Okay.
Shah.
Okay, terima kasih Dr. Intan. Alright. Ada. Okay, kita tengok next question boleh? Dr. Shah.
Saya ada soalan,
ya.
Zerina. Contohlah
Okay.
tadi yang state the result tadi, lepas tu saya sambunglah soalan explain yang answer kan. Tu macam ada 2 soalan dalam satu ayat tu kan, satu statement tu. So nak bagi markah straight 4 markah contohnya, 1 untuk result, 2 lagi untuk explanation, ataupun saya nak letak satu-satu.
Oh, itu saya rasa terpulang kot.
Terpulang Sebab
saya-
saya sebelum-sebelum ni selalu dapat komen daripada veter. Kalau veter biasa komen suruh buat asing-asing. Jadi
dia suruh dia suruh asing supaya dia sebenarnya itulah ada veter dia suruh asing sebab dia nak guidekan student supaya student jawab ni, lepas tu dia jawab yang ni pula. Memang saya pun selalu dapat macam tu juga. Komen macam tu. Tapi kadang-kadang lah, saya tak kata all the time, kadang-kadang kalau macam kes yang sekarang ni, kalau kita rasa macam benda tu baik kita combine supaya kita nak macam mana, kita nak create satu soalan yang sebenarnya kita nak pelajar ni dia tak adalah macam terus tahulah dia boleh agak terus kan. Itu kadang-kadang kita combine lah. Cuma dalam kes ni dia state the result of your output. Sebenarnya jawapan dia apa sebenarnya? Kadang-kadang saya nak tahu juga jawapan dia macam mana. Bila dia state the result.
Jawapan dia congratulations.
Ya, congratulations. Dia akan tukar jadi congratulations.
Dia bila student dah codingkan dalam Visual Studio C++, dia dah code kan. So H tu akan bertukar jadi C lah. Sebenarnya H tolak 5 dari C tu je. H kedudukan dia dekat mana dalam binary ASCII code tu tolak 5. Jadi dah dapat huruf C tu je.
Kalau soalan ni susah lah nak justify kenapa jawapan dia macam tu. Alright.
Ya.
So
dia tak sesuai lah macam Dr. Zurina tanya tu, tak sesuai untuk soalan ni lah. Tapi
alright. So nak cakap macam mana? Saya rasa dua-dua boleh. You nak asingkan pun boleh, you nak sekalikan pun boleh. Tapi kalau moderator suruh asingkan je lah. Kita tak payah argue lah. Saya macam tu je kadang sebab dia tak, pada saya benda tu dia tak big deal sangat pun sebenarnya. Kita state the result, lepas tu kita justify. So kalau kita nak combine, kalau markah 4, student boleh agak. Mungkin student boleh agak dah. Satu jawapan, satu soalan, soalan bagi yang state tu 2, justify tu 2, student dah boleh agak. Tapi kalau kita asingkan, student terus tahu jawapan soalan tu 2 markah dan jawapan tu pun satu lagi soalan pun 2 markah. Sebab kadang-kadang kita macam ni lah. Kadang-kadang kita dulu saya ingat lagi dulu masa belajar dekat sekolah, kadang-kadang cikgu dulu lah, dia pesan, kalau you tengok soalan macam ni, you boleh agak dah, satu soalan ni berapa markah. Setiap jawapan. Contoh dia kata, bincangkan sekian. Kalau jawapan tu 6, kalau markah tu 6, mungkin dia perlukan 3 je jawapan. Tapi kadang-kadang bila kita masuk universiti ni, kadang-kadang student, bila kita tu student universiti, kadang-kadang dia bila dia dah masuk universiti dia tinggal knowledge tu kadang-kadang. Jadi dia tak boleh nak agak dah. Benda ni perlu 3 markah. Dan kita sebagai lecturer pun bila kita tanya soalan, kalau jawapan tu kalau soalan tu 6 markah, kita kena reasonable lah. Janganlah kita kadang-kadang kita janganlah expect. Kalau kita minta student listkan benda ni, kita bagi sampai kalau 6 markah, 6 benda kena list. Saya rasa that is also must be reasonable juga. Kita kena ikut nature lah. Kalau benda tu ada, kita minta just 3 saja. Kalau soalan tu 4 mungkin. Kalau kita minta jawapan tu 3, markah tu 3, kita mungkin dia boleh up to 3 answers. tak kisahlah. Kan? Melainkan kalau kita suka bagi soalan jawapan tu 3, markah 3, jawapan tu 2. Jadi kita suka bagi satu jawapan tu 1.5, 1.5. Itu terpulang lah. Kalau saya tak gemar macam tu. Saya suka, kalau saya marking, saya suka 1 atau 2 je. Mudahkan saya untuk marking. Itu kebiasaannya saya buat macam tu. 1 atau 2 markah. 1 atau 2 markah. Kadang-kadang je lah kalau very rare case, kadang-kadang terpaksa ada, kalau lukis diagram tu, bolehlah student lukis ni kita bagi 3 markah. Lebih mudah untuk kita justify bila kita bagi markah lah sebenarnya. Okay.
Dr. Hidayat, ini ada soalan di chat daripada Dr. Said Najib. So soalan dia, boleh tak untuk soalan MCQ setiap jawapan yang pelajar pilih markah dia termasuk negatif, tolak markah? Sebab kalau di UTeM kita boleh tolak markah kan, so apa dia punya suggestion ni, sama ada tolak markah ataupun kita just kosong je lah, ataupun kita pulang pada satu.
Saya rasa ini terpulang kat fakulti lah. Saya serahkan kepada fakulti. Okay, saya tak boleh nak cakap boleh tak boleh. Kadang-kadang ni by principle boleh. Okay, sebab kita tahu dekat ada setengah universiti pun buat macam tu. Kalau dekat overseas pun kadang dia buat macam tu. Jawab salah je dia tolak. Jawab betul dia tambah. Okay. Tapi sama ada fakulti agree tak agree, itu saya serahkan kepada fakulti. Kalau kita nak buat sekalipun, saya cadang kita kalau saya tak buat lah. Tapi kalau kita nak buat sekalipun, kita boleh buat dekat dalam tempat yang markah kecil-kecil. Kuis ke, sikit-sikit lah. Benda macam tu lah. Untuk yang lebih besar, saya cadang bincang dengan fakulti lah. Fakulti punya decision. Okay. Besar tu maksudnya final exam dengan test lah. In fact, test pun kalau nak buat pun saya tak pastilah. Kadang-kadang sekali markah kosong saya tak tahu lah. Jenuh nak jawab nanti.
Bisa dia dapat negatif sebenarnya.
Betul, saya dapat negatif lagi. Saya rasa memang screen.
Tak, dia soalan tu maksud saya, dia macam ni. Soalan tu ada yang tepat, jawapan dia tepat. Ada yang CP-CP tepat. Yang kurang tepat dan yang tak tepat langsung. Maknanya dia ada banyak markah lah. Mungkin dapat 2 markah. Kemudian ada dapat 1 markah. Ada dapat negatif. Mana salah betul lah. Memang betul-betul salah.
Tapi negatif. Betul-betul
tapi
salah.
Dia banyak lah itu. Maknanya kebarangkalian yang dapat negatif tu mungkin 1 choice je. Daripada 5 pilihan tu. Yang lain tu semua ada markah. Tapi markah dia berbeza lah.
Saya rasa boleh. Saya rasa kalau okey lah. By principle saya kata boleh. Saya tak berani nak kata 100% boleh lah. Sebab soalan MCQ, ada soalan MCQ yang dia not limited kepada satu jawapan saja yang betul. Kadang-kadang dia boleh terima, katakan kita ada A, B, C, D, kadang-kadang dia boleh terima. Staff jawab A pun betul, jawab B pun betul, C salah, D salah. So pun boleh. Jadi kalau kita nak kata jawapan A tu kita nak buat untuk kita punya subjek, jawapan A tu paling tepat, yang B tu kurang tepat, maka dia kurang sikit. C tu lagi kurang, D mungkin kosong ke. Kalau negatif saya tak pastilah. Kalau kosong, kalau just nak buat sampai kosong je, saya rasa tak ada masalah. Tapi kalau nak buat sampai negatif, saya rasa itu kena bincang dengan ni lah. Dengan
idea negatif ni pasal kita tak nak belajar tu dia tembak yang pertama. Kemudian kalau dia tak tahu, tak nak dia tanya kawan dia sebab dia pun tak pasti. Lebih baik dia kosongkan daripada dia jawab.
Kalau tak jawab kosong
tak jawab kosong lah.
Okey. Alright. Saya rasa saya pernah dengar ada orang tanya soalan benda ni, pernah bincang dengan saya. Itu saya rasa bincang dekat level fakulti lah. Saya tak nak nanti saya cakap, lepas tu kata boleh, lepas tu nanti bila buat nanti tiba-tiba ada student yang markah sampai negatif kan, saya pula yang kena. Universiti cari saya ni kan.
Okey, dengan saya
boleh buat. Ada yang universiti pernah buat, saya tahu. Saya pernah berbualan dengan rakan-rakan yang ni, dia kata memang kalau tak nak jawab, kalau rasa tak confident jangan jawab terus lah. Kosong terus.
Okay, ini ada soalan daripada Encik Mukrifin. Okay, salam PM Dr. Hidayat. Bagaimana bagi soalan pilihan, contohnya jawab 3 dari 5 soalan. Perlu buat soalan pilihan atau tiada pilihan dan jawab semua? So means that sebelum ni kita ada soalan pilihan optional
okay.
Kan? So bagaimana sekarang ni untuk
Okay, untuk COVID ni macam saya tak ada soalan pilihan. Sebab bila kita dah susahkan soalan, kita tak nak student, bila kita dah susahkan soalan, kita tak nak student, saya tak nak lah, macam saya, kita tak nak student, dia baca soalan ni, susah nak jawab, lepas tu dia dah buang masa dekat situ. Lepas tu nanti dia baca yang satu lagi pula. Lepas tu dia dah tak tahu nak pilih yang mana, kalau dua-dua susah kan. So kalau saya sebab saya aim terus soalan saya tu fokus kepada LO dan kita terus nak student jawab je terus soalan tu supaya satu memudahkan kita untuk marking lah, sebab yang ni kan bila kita marking online yang pertama lah. Tapi yang lebih utama sebenarnya saya tak nak susahkan pelajar lah untuk dia pilih-pilih, sebab macam mana pun bila dia nak jawab soalan tu dia akan buka buku. Bila dia buka buku, dia dah ada peluang untuk buat reference dan sebagainya. So kita expect soalan yang kita bagi tu adil. Okay? Sebab tu saya rasa nak bagi soalan yang kita rasa memang adil untuk student mampu boleh jawab lah. Jangan biasa saya reserve. Biasanya saya akan reserve soalan kalau kalau 25 marks, kadang-kadang saya akan reserve 5 atau 5 markah tu memang student yang memang 5 hingga 10 lah student yang betul-betul memang siapa boleh jawab ni A lah budak ni. Saya akan biasa saya punya style, saya akan reserve macam tu. Itu saya punya kaedah lah. Terpulang kepada masing-masing. So saya boleh kontrol dekat situ, kadang-kadang memang 5 hingga 10 ni memang 4-5 orang je yang boleh jawab. Jadi memang these students memang deserve untuk dapat A ke A minus ke kan. Yang average student dia dapatlah another 15 marks ataupun 20 marks ke. So saya kontrol dengan kaedah tu lah. Okay. Kaedah kontrol ni bukan semasa open book je. Masa yang close book exam pun biasa saya kontrol dengan kaedah tu juga. Okay. Dan saya bagi tahu student, soalan saya memang kalau siapa yang boleh dapat jawab yang ini, insyaAllah selalunya dia ni lah, dia boleh lah dapatlah B+ ke atas. Dan kebiasaannya macam tu. Jarang lah. Melainkan masa dia punya test tu, dia tak score lah. Test tu teruk sangat ke apa kan. Okey. Lagi, saya tengok ada soalan lagi ni.
Menjawab soalan ke tadi?
Itulah. Siapa ni? Encik Mukhifun.
Soalan kan? So menjawab lah kot, means that better untuk open book ni just buat soalan yang tiada pilihan lah.
Biasanya saya terus tak buat pilihan lah. Terus tak buat pilihan.
Okay, so ni next ada banyak ni Dr. Hidayat, boleh tak pun sama-sama tengok sebab ni daripada Irda Roslan. So salam PM Dr. Hidayat. Kalau dalam teaching plan taxonomy C3 which is verb apply lah, boleh ke nak guna proof atau buktikan bila kita nak design soalan guna parts ni? Kalau tak silap, buktikan atau proof ni di bawah C4 to C5, bawah analisis.
Okay, ni sama juga. Dia sama juga macam tadi. Dia sama macam yang tadi sebenarnya. Yang saya mention tadi. Ni berbalik kepada soalan yang ni soalan contoh yang saya buat tadi mana? Ada contoh saya tadi. Soalan saya yang ini tadi, yang ini. Okey, kalau saya tukar soalan ni, saya boleh tukar soalan ni jadi buktikan penggunaan kapasitor bank. Okay, penggunaan kapasitor proof that the use of capacitor can increase the overall power factor to 0.9. So soalan tu sebenarnya student dia sebenarnya dia level 3. Dia level 3 yang atas lah. Okay, walaupun sebenarnya dia kena design kapasitor sebenarnya. Dia kena dapatkan value of the capacitor, tapi dia kena buktikan bahawa tu. So bila dia buktikan, tapi disebabkan subjek ni dia straightforward lah kaedah dia. Soalan yang kita bagi ni agak straightforward dan dia tak melibatkan banyak sangat info yang kita kena analyse dalam berdasarkan soalan ni. So it still depends on the nature of the question. Dia masih depend kepada nature of the question. Dia tak semestinya bergantung kepada verb tadi dulu lah. Okay?
Okay, alright. Okay, ni ada soalan daripada Lim Wetek. Okay, if the question has different taxonomy level, better separatekan. Betul tak? Example, calculate the resistance value C2, then what would happen to the system if this resistance is used in the circuit C4? So perlu diseparatekan or we can combine it into one question.
Okay, alright. Okay, bagus juga. Dia sebenarnya bagus untuk kita separate, untuk kita bantu pelajar yang lemah. Supaya dia boleh dapat terus, catch terus soalan yang C2 tu lah. Untuk dia dapat catch terus yang C2. Kalau soalan tu memang dah level tinggi terus tu, tu cerita lain lah, macam yang tadi tu, yang bila state dengan justify tu kan tadi kan. Itu bergantung lah. Okay. Tapi kalau macam ni, kira C2. Lepas tu nanti tanya soalan next, dia kata what will happen to the system if the resistor is used in the circuit. So dia so ini dah jadi C4 katakan So jadi lebih baik dia asingkan sebab supaya student yang lemah tu dia boleh jawab yang itu dulu, lepas tu yang bawah tu biar kalau dia tak boleh jawab dia akan tinggalkan dululah, dia reserve lah. Okay, kalau tak nanti dia takut dia ni dia nampak soalan ni macam satu soalan yang sama.
Dr. Hidayat.
Ya.
Dr. Hidayat.
Ya.
Okey, berkenaan dengan jawapan tadi tu, okay, kalau kita asingkan, maknanya kalau kita nak jadikan level soalan tu hot, payahlah. Kalau kita asingkan, maknanya kita guide dia untuk jawab. Macam mana tu?
Okey. Sekejap Dia sebenarnya apa ni? Example, calculate the resistance value. Then, what will happen to the system if the resistance is used? Kalau macam tu, okey. Alright. Kenapa dia... Okay, what would happen tu sebenarnya dia jadi dari segi apa? Itu soalan pertama lah. What would happen tu sebenarnya dia soalan tu menuju ke arah mana? Kita nak dia kena kira power ke, dia kena kira current ke, dia kena kira voltage ke. So saya rasa ataupun sistem tu akan tak function ke. So saya rasa kalau tengok kepada yang macam ni, dia masih yang C4 tu kita masih boleh asingkan. Melainkan kalau kita kena tengok dulu soalan tu macam mana lah. Sebab mungkin mula-mula dia calculate the resistance value. So saya tak pastilah macam mana kaedah nak calculate tu kan. Okay, dia dah calculate the resistance value. Lepas tu dia kata apa akan jadi kalau kita pakai resistor ni untuk circuit. So kalau circuit tu, kalau jawapan dia open ended, dia merujuk kepada apa jadi kepada current, apa jadi kepada voltage, apa jadi kepada power dia, apa jadi kepada losses ke. So jawapan can be anything. So pada saya tak ada masalah untuk diasingkan. Tapi student mungkin tak faham lah sebenarnya. Okey, itu yang selalu kita risau sebenarnya. Kita risau contoh kalau kita tanya dalam kita dah terbiasa dah sebenarnya bila kita tanya dalam closed book, bila kita tanya macam ni kita akan cakap nanti student tak faham ni apa yang kita nak. Kita dah terbiasa macam tu. Tapi bila open book dia memang kena macam tu. Open book memang kena macam ni. Open book dia memang kita kena open dan memang student tu kita nak student tu and fikir sendiri apa sepatutnya dia jawab kat sini ni sebenarnya. Tapi janganlah dia terlalu vague sampai tak jelas langsung lah. Okay, macam ni dia masih dalam ruang lingkup current tu jadi apa, voltage jadi apa, power jadi apa. Kalau kita tanya close book, mungkin kita tanya what will happen to the system in terms of current. Tu dia jadi lain lah. Kita dah guide dia kat situ. So dia dah mungkin dah bukan C4 dah, mungkin dah dia jatuh C3 dah mungkin. Itu saya punya pendapat lah. Macam mana Dr. Najib? Boleh ke?
Boleh.
Boleh Aduh.
Kadang-kadang kena tengok nature question juga. Dah tak lama kan?
Kan, betul lah. Kena tengok nature question. Benda ni tak 100% lah. Sama. Okay, lagi. Kalau tengok yang Dr. Safiza punya, mana yang lebih utama dalam membentuk soalan? Adakah melihat nature kursus itu ditawarkan pada pelajar? Tahun apa dulu? Baru tentukan maksimum. Contoh, jika kursus tahun 1 perlu cover level C1 sini, maka perlu banyakkan C2. Soalan hot adalah C. Oh. Aduh. Alright. Okay, first kali bila kita buat soalan, kita kena tengok LO dia. Kita kena tengok whether our questions are actually covering the LO ke tidak. Dan seperti yang dalam yang last week saya highlight, dan sebenarnya kalau pernah dengar yang Dr. Hairil mention, saya ingat lagi Dr. Hairil mention masa yang PKP yang itu dia share berkenaan dengan open book. Dia juga clearly dia highlight yang kita kena revisit kita punya LO. Yang saya last week saya tak katalah, saya tak tulislah dalam note dalam saya punya slide to revisit. Saya kata kena reflect kepada LO, tapi masa penerangan tu I did mention we need to revisit our LO, whether our LO ni suitable ke tak dengan nature yang COVID sekarang ni lah, open book. Okay, tu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, bila kita nak tentukan maksimum ditawarkan pada pelajar tahun apa dahulu, baru tentukan maksimum. Jadi LO tu sebenarnya dia dah determine lah. Tahun 1 tu LO dia macam mana, tahun 2 okey, untuk subjek tu LO dia macam mana tahun 1, subjek tahun 2 tu LO dia apa. Dan LO ni dia sebenarnya it reflects kita punya taxonomy level soalan yang kita nak tanya. Okey, jadi soalan yang kita nak buat, kita kena fokus kepada yang LO tadi tu lah dengan taxonomy tu. Okey, dan kalau tahun 1 kita kata tahun 1 ni level C1 to C3, okey, jadi jika kursus tahun 1 perlu cover level taxonomy C1 hingga C3, maka perlu banyakkan soalan C2. Soalan hot adalah C3 atau perlu banyakkan. Okey, dekat sini saya kata fakulti better faculty decide. As I said, macam FKE set minimum hot level level adalah 30%. Itu FKE lah, kita set 30%. Sebab with the idea that we want to control pelajar yang boleh score dengan mudah. Okay, mungkin yelah, kita tak tahu kan, who knows, mungkin student dia bincang, dia boleh bincang yang sampai 70% je. So paling tinggi, lepas tu lagi 30% tu dia bincang, ada yang mungkin salah, ada yang mungkin betul ke apa kan. Jadi mungkin yang dapat 70% ni with assumption yang lagi 30% tu salah, so mungkin ramailah yang dapat B 70 tu B kan. Itu minimum minimum. Dan minimum ni juga dia juga sebenarnya kita kena kontrol juga. Okey, contohlah katakan kita set soalan tu minimum 30%. Lagi 70% takkan kita expect student akan meniru. boleh meniru. Kita kena macam mana kita nak jaga. Mungkin kita buat beberapa soalan. Kita tukar value ke. Okay. Of course lah dia bukan open ended, tapi at least kita tukar value so that we can reduce possibility untuk pelajar meniru. Kalau dia bincang cerita lain. Okay. Bila kita tukar value tu, katakanlah kita ada set yang 70% tu set lain. So student set A copy daripada student set B. Nasib lah yang B tu memang salah lah. Kenapa? Kan? So dia tak boleh meniru, dia kena at least ada effort untuk tekan their own calculator, dia kena ada effort untuk bagi idea sendiri, dia kena ada effort untuk jawab even though they discuss among them. Kita dah tak boleh stop, we cannot stop the student from discussing. Kita tak boleh stop. Takkan kita nak pergi rumah, kan? Okay? Ataupun kalau you nak proctor nak suruh student on camera, saya tak tahulah kalau ada yang sampai up to that level. Okay, I heard that ada industri yang dia buat macam tu, tapi di dalam satu kluster yang kecil lah, dalam satu kelas tu mungkin ada beberapa orang, dia kata dia nak you on you punya kamera masa jawab. So nak kata berapa banyak, saya cadang bincanglah di fakulti. Jadi kalau macam FKE tempoh hari last semester, selepas lecturer hantar soalan, EXCO ada vetting lagi. EXCO vet, dia tengok soalan mana, okay, soalan ni meet tak. So dekat situ kita punya control mechanism lah. So saya cadangkan kalau ada fakulti yang tak buat, saya cadangkan buatlah. Okay. Alright.
Okay, betul PM Hidayat, macam seperti apa yang Zam share pagi tadi pun, dia PhD pun mereka ada buat level peers vetting. Dan satu lagi adalah level peringkat fakulti lah, ada second vetting. So ada dua lah indirect vetting. So mungkin untuk fakulti lain pun boleh apply lah cara yang sama. Okay, saya buka lagi 2 more question because kita dah almost 4 PM kita dah almost 2 hours lah Dr. Hidayat. So
dah nak habis lah.
Terus tanya, boleh terus tanya pada Dr. Hidayat. Ada lagi tak?
Saya lain tak berapa cantik lah hari ni, internet kat UTeM.
Yes, yang lepas.
Gambar pecah.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
PM Mariam, PM Hidayat. Kalau boleh saya nak tambah sikit bila nak buat soalan dan vetting tu, betul kita kena tengok CLO, dan kalau di engineering diorang map kepada 12 PO kan, sebab ikut EAC CLO kepada PO. Tapi kalau sebab di fakulti FTMK kita kena map kepada by right kepada standard computing dan juga kepada MKF. So bila MKF tu jadi lagi banyak daripada kita punya PO, so by right kita kena semak juga LOD mana, assessment tu kepada LOD mana. Sebab ada kemungkinan PO atau PLO kita tu terpecah kepada 2. So bila terpecah kepada 2, susahlah kita kena determine assessment yang ini sebenarnya untuk LOD yang mana. So itu peringkat PPPA tu yang jadi pening tu nanti. Sebab LOD tu punya assessment tu nanti kalau tak determine dekat level pensyarah, tak dapat dia punya marks tu kat atas tu. Yang tu mungkin buat masa ni tak nampak lagi complicatednya, tapi bila MKF version 2 tu dah implement fully dekat UTeM, saya rasa kena tengok tu nanti. Assessment awak ni sebenarnya kepada LOD mana. So sampai tahap tu lah. Yang tu je saya nak beritahu lah.
Okay, betul.
Untuk
FTMK.
Okay,
betul. Terima kasih Dr. Syah. Okay, berkenaan dengan LOD ni memang yalah, kami pejabat PCKR pun hari tu kita ada hantar kita minta fakulti untuk update kan dia punya sama ada buat mapping, alignment. Right, kalau macam engineering dia clear. LO kita alignkan LO dengan PO mana, okey. Satu LO kita hanya akan pergi ke satu PO. Okey. Alright, satu LO kita akan pergi ke satu PO. Kebiasaannya kita akan buat macam tu lah. Okey. Maksudnya macam ni satu LO dia tak boleh pergi kepada dua PO lah. Okey, satu LO tak pergi ke dua PO. Kita lebih mudah kita buat satu LO pergi ke satu PO. Kalau dua LO nak pergi satu PO tertentu tu okey. Tapi kadang-kadang ada case yang boleh satu LO pergi ke dua PO tapi kita differentiate between dia punya assessment. We should differentiate between the assessment. Contoh macam satu tu kita dan satu kita nak assess dia punya knowledge, yang kedua kita nak assess dia punya penggunaan tools katakan. So different type of assessment tu yang akan determine kita punya PO yang mana. Jadi kalau kita refer yang benda macam ni, tapi jarang engineering buat macam ni lah. Jarang sekali lah. Selalunya kita nak mudah di satu LO kita terus je. Okay, tapi kalau macam yang MPA punya, dia satu PO tu boleh pergi ke LOD domain yang berbeza. Dekat situlah yang kena determine assessment yang mana lah. Okay, jadi saya punya suggestion, kalau kita nak cater PO tertentu ni, nak cater domain tertentu, kita fixkan, lebih mudah kita fix. Contoh exam kita assign mana, assignment kita assign mana satu. Itu lebih mudah supaya kita tak terperangkap lah di kemudian hari. Maksudnya kita cara dah set dah dalam in mind yang okay, exam ni, untuk exam kita hanya akan cater LOD ni je. Tapi kalau untuk assignment ke, untuk PL ke apa-apa, okay, kita akan cater LOD yang satu lagi. So dia lebih mudah. Ini saya punya view lah. Okay. Kaedah yang saya boleh cadangkan untuk kita tak terlepas pandang. Mungkin Dr. Shah ada kaedah lain, saya tak pastilah.
Tak ada, sama lah. Cuma poinnya adalah nanti pesyarah kena aware lah. Maknanya bukan sekadar sampai CLO saja tengok. Dia kena tengok juga sampai PLO dan juga LOD.
Yes. Sebab tu MPA punya dia kena lagi jaga-jaga lah. Dia kena jaga-jaga lagi lah compare dengan yang engineering. Sebab engineering dia dah straightforward je. Betul lah tu. Dan untuk pengetahuan saya pun dah minta PPA untuk update itulah apa nama budak-budak tu, MTF punya yang 2.0 tu, yang 5 clusters apa semua tu lah, untuk supaya kita pesyarah boleh assignkan tu daripada awal lah. Okay, tapi mungkin dia makan masa sikit sebab dia mungkin ada perlu meeting dengan PPK dan sebagainya. Right. Okay. Ada lagi ke? Oh, dah.
Okay, rasa macam tak ada soalan dah ni. Last question kalau ada. Kalau tak ada, saya nak jemput Dr. Hidayat, minta buat summary sedikit lah apa yang kita boleh ambil point daripada untuk vetting ni. Means that sebagai vectors untuk exam yang midterm ni, apa yang kita perlu fokus.
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Pertama kali, first kali saya ucapkan terima kasih. I would like to thank CAES for the invitation. Saya minta maaf kalau sesi petang ni tak meet expectation lah. Participants punya expectation. Hopefully, walaupun saya masih mengharap, harap-harap walaupun dia tak meet some expectation, tapi dengan harapan dia masih boleh bermanfaat lah kepada kita semua. Jadi untuk vetting ni, yelah sebab dimaklumkan plan asal benda ni akan dibuat secara bengkel, tapi disebabkan kita COVID ni, so kita pihak CAES proceed juga dan kita buat secara online. So tu yang saya punya kerisauan lah masa nak conduct yang ini. Saya agak risau jugalah kan, right? Tapi apa yang saya boleh conclude vetting ni, first kita kena kita tengok berdasarkan kriteria siapa dia punya moderator dia, kita kena lihat, okay, kita kena carilah pada saya the best is orang yang daripada subject matter expert. Itu yang terbaik lah. Lepas tu baru kita lihat yang seterusnya lah. Okay, kemudian yang seterusnya dari segi apa yang dinilai, yang itu kita jangan abaikan perkara-perkara remeh. Okay, sebab because it determines the quality. Kita tak nak lah nanti kalau katakan panel datang, dia tengok tadi kalau student dia tengok kalau student English the power kan, international student dia tengok apa ni English macam ni kan, ataupun kalau soalan kita ni dilihat oleh orang luar ataupun auditor ke, dia tengok kenapa lah at the first place soalan kenapa macam ni. So harap dilihat lah. Okay, benda-benda yang kecil-kecil ni jangan diabaikan. Okay, macam kita review journal paper lah, sama je. Alright, vetting ni macam kita review journal paper je lebih kurang. Kita tengok content. So content wise dia macam mana? Soalan tu relevan tak relevan, sesuai tak sesuai. Okay, masa dia sesuai tak sesuai, markah dia sesuai ke tak sesuai. Okay, kesesuaian soalan pada ketika sebelum COVID dan semasa COVID tak sama. Alright, sebelum COVID mungkin you all bagi soalan yang level C1, C3 yang macam tu dan student tak boleh open book. Tapi once bila student boleh buka nota, buka buku, boleh bincang, dia dah jadi macam assignment, tapi assignment yang perlu disiapkan dalam tempoh 2 jam hingga 3 jam. Dekat situ there is a need, ada urgency untuk kita tukar soalan. Okay, up to the faculty berapa persen yang dia nak buat. For FKE setakat ni kita guna 30%. Okay, dan it will be moderated by the admin dekat FKE juga. Selepas dah siap yang peer punya review tu, admin akan semak semula lah. Okay, dekan semua dia akan semak semula. Sebab kalau tak nanti sebab nanti at the end bila audit macam dialog baru ni memang EAC talk about academic security. So academic security defines benda-benda macam ni lah, benda yang apa proses yang kita buat. Okay, itu yang dari segi academic security lah. Jadi macam mana kita nak elakkan pelajar daripada niruan sebagainya. Benda ni sebenarnya don't worry. Okay, berdasarkan sharing session tempoh hari dengan dialog dengan EAC tu, ini kalau bagi yang engineering IPTK pun samalah. Sebenarnya universiti lain pun lebih kurang sama je approach-nya. Ada yang bagi soalan, lepas tu minta student download, student jawab, lepas tu student upload balik. Ada yang bagi random. So the approach are similar, sama je lebih kurang je. Okay, based on the sharing session lebih kurang sama je. So cuma EAC dia nak dapatkan view daripada universiti lah. Okay, jadi itu sajalah yang saya punya that is perkongsian saya lah dan kita punya discussion pada petang ini. Okay, sekali lagi saya mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan. Okay, walaupun saya mengharapkan sesi pada petang ini bermanfaat lah kepada kita lah. Alright. Saya serahkan kepada pihak CAES lah seterusnya.
Okay, terima kasih PM Dr. Hidayat kerana sudi sharing sekali lagi untuk sesi CAES, webinar CAES untuk hari ini. So I believe that for today sharing is really beneficial to academician. Means that for us, especially we are now looking into preparing the midterm exam questions and final exam questions. So in order to actually prepare for the answer scheme, we also need to look into the vetting of the question also. So it means that put ourselves as a vetter. So macam mana vetter look at the question that is how we actually prepare the answer scheme lah. Okay, betul tak Dr. Hidayat? So anyway, it is advice apa yang Dr. Hidayat share today is that definitely all of us need to refer back to our faculty. It means that the top management, macam mana, what is the SOP for preparing the final exam question. So mungkin our faculty, we have our own SOP, berapa percentage perlu soalan POTS and so on. So refer back to your faculty level. And I think that will be all for today. So thank you very much again to PM Dr. Hidayat for sharing session, and for all of the participant yang I think most of the one that is giving questions is from FTMK. So banyak tadi question from FTMK staff. So thank you very much for the sharing, and I think hopefully all of us actually learn today on how to actually prepare the answer scheme and how to vet so that it's up to the level of online open exam question. So that's all from CAES. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.